Adoatv, bringing good things to life. Adoatv, bringing good things to life.
There, good morning and thanks for joining us on today's news bulletin. This is the AM News coming to you live from our studios at the John Evans Fifiat Mills High Street in Accra. We're also streaming live on Facebook at Adoatv Ghana, on YouTube at Adoatv GH, and around the world at AdoNewsOnline.com. My name is Jonathan Amma. Now, coming up in this bulletin, Minority has stated that the District Assembly Common Fund is in a malfunctional state due to overloaded arrears, stating that they are likely to go to court. Also in this bulletin, Xavier Soso has cautioned the Ghana Legal Council to prepare for war following the demonstration that was dubbed Red Wednesday. And then later in business, GPRTU has debunked claims that transport fares are likely to go up by Monday with various concerned issues that are pop up from that incident. We have the details of that more in this bulletin. Do stay. Thanks for staying with us. Remember, this is your hub of comprehensive and compendious news update. My name is Jonathan. I'm now to our very first story. The Minority Members on Parliament, Local Government and Rural Development Committee has once again come hard at the President Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo's administration over the malfunctional state of the District Assembly's Common Fund and suspected misapplication of the constitutionally created fund. According to the minority, monies due to the fund has not been given to the fund to enable it to carry out its mandate as abundantly outlined by the Constitution and relevant Act. They served a notice that if government will not heed to their calls and do not do the needful, they would head to court again.
The DACF is simply not working today, having been rendered impotent. The monies due to the fund have not been given to the fund to enable it to carry out its mandate as abundantly outlined by the Constitution and the relevant Act. This government has persistently done everything possible to deprive the District Assembly's Common Fund of the needed funds for the discharge of its constitutionally mandated duties. Amounts due to the DACF were under-provided for and owed to the fund for 2017 and 2018. The debts were partly settled in 2020 with monies borrowed during the COVID-19 intervention period. An amount of 144 million was applied for that.
They lamented that the 1992 Constitution is abundantly clear on how the common fund should be disbursed, yet the Ministry of Finance has not compiled, and they see this as a ploy to retain monies due to the DACF.
The amounts due to the common fund are based on the total revenue generated within the relevant period. That is a quarter for the year, as the Constitution has directed. The Ministry of Finance has over the years refused to make known to the DACF and the general public how much is generated for each relevant period. The 1992 Constitution is abundantly clear on how the common fund should be disbursed. Article 252 mandatorily requires that monies for the DACF should be paid by quarterly installments. The issues which arise here are A, the Ministry of Finance has arbitrarily determined that the amount due to DACF for 1 quarter of the year is not due until after the end of the next quarter. For instance, the first quarter of the year ends in March, but monies for the common fund will only be due after the end of the second quarter in June. The question is, does it take 3 months to determine what revenue was realized in a particular quarter, especially in these days of computer technology? Again, we see this as a ploy to retain the monies due to the DACF rather at the center.
They also disclosed that the Ministry of Finance has failed to release these funds to the DACF for several quarters of 2020-2021.
B, the Ministry of Finance has failed to release funds to the DACF for several quarters over the 2020 to 2021 period, fiscal years. This is a clear violation of the 1992 Constitution, Article 252. Indeed, we want to state clearly to Ghanaians, that payments have not been made by quarterly installments as stipulated in Article 252. The Ministry of Finance is very heavily indebted to the DACF. The amount has run to about 2 billion Ghana cedis, and it's made up as follows. In 2019, the amount owed is 700 million Ghana cedis. That is per the Auditor General's report. In 2020, we've done the calculation. The Ministry of Finance is owing the Common Fund 587 million plus. And 2021, where nothing has been paid, the estimates for first and second quarter only, based on their own figures, the amount they are owing is 884 million Ghana cedis. When you add this, it is indeed 2,170 million, which the Ministry of Finance is owing this Assembly's Common Fund.
Surprisingly, not even the PESWA, their ranking, who lead the PRESA, stated have been released for this year.
For the whole of 2021, not even a PESWA has been paid to the DACF as we sit here. Not even 1 dime in Ghana is PESWAs has been paid to the DACF for the whole of 2021. We have been informed that a release letter was issued for the first quarter for an amount of 434,291,958 Ghana cedis, 21 pesos. But no money has been paid to the DACF as of today, as we are meeting you now. Therefore, arrears have piled up for 2019, 2020, and 2021.
They therefore called on government to determine the monies due to DACF within a maximum of 1 month.
The consequence of all this is that the DACF is unable to release funds to the metropolitan, municipal, and district assemblies for 1 complete year of their operations, 1 complete financial year. We are calling on the government to change its way of determining when the money is due. That is, to determine the money is due to the DACF within a maximum of 1 month after the end of each quarter, and accordingly release.
That was the Minority Caucus in Parliament serving words of caution to the Akufo-Addo-led administration. Now, let's move over to some development in the Red Wednesday demonstration that happened later on Wednesday. Member of Parliament for the Medina constituency, Francis Xavier Sosu, has alerted the Ghana Legal Council to reform, for they are not above the law. He said this at the demonstration held on Wednesday.
The Medina MP emphatically stated that the GLC, through the Ghana School of Law, has made everything possible to deny to admit qualified candidates on the grounds of no space. Mr. Sosu revealed this at the National Association of Law Students NALS and the aggrieved on October 20, 2021 to register their displeasure over what they describe as injustice at the Ghana School of Law. The protest started from the Independence Square. The protesters walked through some principal streets of Accra to the Parliament House, where a petition was submitted by the leadership of the aggrieved 499 candidates to the Speaker, but was received on his behalf by the Minority Leader Haruna Idrisu. However, after the presentation, the MP for Medina constituency also stated his reasons for joining in the demonstration.
In ways that will secure equal opportunities for all. What we are doing is violating the right to opportunities by these people. And that is why I have come to join them to demand that the 499 students must be admitted, and they must be admitted now. So the General Legal Council, who are revered judges, who are people who have undergone all kinds of training and legal training, will do the needful. When you were going to law school, did you have the kind of impediments you are putting, before the students? When you were going to law school, did you have to struggle in the way our colleagues are struggling? You said those who would attain the required mark, which is 50 rules, after the examination. Why would you change the rules? Clearly, General Legal Council is not above the law. Go and do the needful. Otherwise, be prepared for
issues of the development student. Now, away from that, let's treat some supply issues. More than 350,000 customers of the Electricity Company of Ghana are expected to directly benefit from improved electricity supply following the commissioning of the Pokwasi bulk supply point in the Greater Accra region by President Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo. The Pokwasi bulk supply point is considered the largest in the country and will improve the quality and reliability of power supply in the Pokwasi, Kwabenyang, Legon, in Sawam and the outlying communities.
More than 350,000 customers of the Electricity Company of Ghana are expected to directly benefit from improved electricity supply following the commissioning of the Pokwase Bulk Supply Point in the Greater Accra region by President Akufo-Addo, and will improve the quality and reliability of power supply in the Pokwase, Kwabenyang, Legon, Nsawam, and the outlying communities. The project will also lead to a significant reduction in technical losses along the Ghana Grid Company Gridco transmission system and ECG's power distribution networks, thereby improving $1 million project described as the largest of its kind and the most technologically advanced in the country was funded by the Millennium Challenge Corporation. It was executed in a record period of 18 months in spite of the COVID-19 pandemic. The components of the project are the construction of the 33 kilovolt sub-transmission station lines to evacuate power from the Pokwase BSP onto the electric distribution network and the erection of new set of quadruple circuit steel lattice towers to move power from Pokwase BPS to ECG's primary substation in Ofankor, Kwabenya, and in Sawam. At the commissioning ceremony at Pokwase yesterday, President Akufo-Addo said the project offered an assurance of stable power supply and the phenomenon of doomsday. He said those days came with so much discomfort, inconvenience, and brought businesses to their knees, describing that era as truly dark days, literally speaking, and we must continue to keep them behind us. The president explained that as a country that aspires to industrialize to guarantee a decent quality of life for its people, it must ensure access to stable, efficient, and affordable power supply. Electricity is no longer a luxury, but rather in this age a basic necessity. We must commit ourselves to working hard and ensure that we achieve universal coverage in this country as soon as possible to spur economic growth, President Akufo-Addo said.
Interesting. Now, away from that, let's move over to the northern region, where this year's Agriculture Foundation's 11th Pre-Harvest Agribusiness Exhibition and Conference event held in Tamale has offered farmers and other participants practical training on modern ways of farming to help increase harvest and prevent post-harvest losses. Aside the exhibition at the Aliyu Mahama Sports Stadium, management of the foundation also held field demonstration at the agri-village in the Bamvum community for farmers and participants alike. Our Northern Regional Correspondent Nuruddin Ibrahim has more.
The Agri House Foundation has held its 11th Pre-Harvest Agribusiness Exhibition and Conference at Tamale. This year's event was held at the Aliyu Mahama Sports Stadium. Aside from exhibition, the event took participants through practical modern-day farming techniques. On the field, farmers and other participants were educated on the need to test their farm soils before farming. The three-day event was officially launched by the Northern Regional Minister Alhaji Hussaini Al-Hassan Shaibu in Tamale as the Aliyu industry will exhibit their products, machineries and services to the public. Director of the Agri House Foundation, Madame Alberta Nanaicha, in an interview as the newly secured field said, the annual event seeks to connect farmers and other industry players and to expose them to opportunities.
Ghana to Agri House Foundation, basically to establish a training and demonstration center in the country. It was a call that we made to them last year because the pre-harvest have been running for 10 years and it has really made an impact in terms of supporting farmers, in terms of
land donated to the foundation by the chief of Banvum for the annual event.
And so we thought it, and all the time we always have to move to a different location for our field demonstrations, which is one of the practical and key components of the pre-harvest event. But we are happy that we have a place now that we can have our field demonstrations. So like you can see behind me, we have different training sessions ongoing on. We have the soil testing demonstration being carried out by Demeter. In the course of the day, we have Yara to do the crop nutrition, and then we'll have CTEC We have NGRIP also doing their bit on irrigation, and then we have DIC MAB also doing the equipment testing and how appropriate technology, like how to apply it.
She therefore called on sponsors, corporate bodies, government, and collaborating agencies to support the foundation help build an agribusiness in the northern sector. Mr. Frank Thomas Oseitutu, a field agronomist at Demeter Ghana Limited, advised farmers to always test their soil before taking any move to farm. According to him, the right state of a soil will help reduce cost.
For uptake, it is very important to check your soil and know the right state of your soil, because one, if you are able to check your acidity or basicity level of your soil, it helps you to save cost. One, you wouldn't go and buy a lot of fertilizers for your soil just because you think it's a necessity for me as a farmer to buy fertilizers for my crops in order for them to grow. No, that's not how it works. Your fertilizer, you have to know your strength, the strength of your soil, to know how much fertilizer you have to go to the market and go and buy and add to your soil. If you don't have this idea, trust me, you can buy 100 tons of any Yara product or any Demeter product or any ET or any other fertilizer product onto your field, and none of these fertilizers will be made available for your plant to take up, because the pH of your soil is not in the right state, and there's no way the root will also pick the nutrient that you are going to buy into its system for you to get your yield that you want.
On his part, the Upper West Regional General Manager of TESCA, Mr. Fideola Preku, who demonstrated to the farmers how to prepare a farmland, advised farmers to change the old ways of plowing a land for sowing seeds.
I am trying to say that you don't need to disturb the whole field, or you don't need to tend the soil, the whole field. What you do is always target where you are putting your seeds. That is the seed zones. That is where you are putting the seeds, and that is where you have to till and then put the seed and cover. Apart from that, any place where you are not putting seed should not be touched, so that the living organism can play around that area. The soil conditioning can also be made as you leave.
For staying with us, this is still the AM News live from our studios at the John Evans Fifiatemos High Street in Accra. Now over to some update in the world of business. The Ghana Private Road Transport Union GPRTU has debunked claim that transportation fares will go up from Monday, October 25, 2021. The leadership of the transport union says it is still in talks with the government to scrap some taxes and levies placed on petroleum products. The union said it will increase transport fares if the government fails to heed to their plead. Meanwhile, the GPRTU has advised the public to be measured in their expectation for the reduction in transport fares.
The Ghana Private Road Transport Union has debunked claims that transportation fares would go up from Monday, October 25, 2021. Leadership of the transport union says it is still in talks with government to scrap some taxes and levies placed on petroleum products. The union further went on to say it would increase transportation fares if government fails to adhere to their plea. Ghanaians want to see a reduction in transportation fares following the removal of the price stabilization and recovery levies on petrol, diesel and liquefied petroleum gas for 2 months as approved by the National Petroleum Authority. But GPRTU has advised the public to be measured in their expectations for a reduction in transportation fares. The union has accused government of acting in a bad faith despite contractual assurance of stabilizing prices of fuel that will lead to maintaining transport fares at least in a short term since they were last increased in June 2021. Meanwhile, GPRTU says it is taking steps to meet with the government over the series of levies imposed on fuel products. Fuel prices in the past few months have witnessed upward and downward adjustment, with the recent being an increase in 2.59%, a situation industry players have criticized. In a related development, the much anticipated suspension of the levy in price build-up on fuel prices at the pump is yet to take effect, even as second window pricing even as second pricing window commences, because Parliament is yet to give MPA the approval needed to scrape off the levy. In a related development, the much-anticipated suspension of the levy in the price build-up of fuel at the pumps is yet to take effect even as the second pricing window commences, because Parliament is yet to give MPA the approval needed to scrape off the levy.
There is more business news on our website on adoatv.com. Now, in the world of sport, Ghana suffered a 2-0 loss to Nigeria in the first leg of the African Women's Cup of Nations qualifiers on Wednesday, October 20, 2021. The Black Queens' first half poor showing saw them concede 2 goals in the opening 25 minutes before holding off the Super Falcons in the second half.
The Black Queens of Ghana started their African Women's Cup of Nations qualifiers on a bad note as they lost to Nigeria in the first leg of the qualifiers. Nigeria was too strong for their visitors as the result was there to show for their impressive performance as the Queens succumbed to a 2-0 loss to their rivals. Uche Nakano opened the scoring for the home side after 15 minutes, creating a space for herself before slotting the ball home. The Sweden-based striker doubled the lead moments later, rising tallest in the box to head in Tony Payne's delivery from a set piece. Ghana went into the break with a 2-goal deficit, having failed to create enough chances. After the recess, goalkeeper Fafali Dumehazi made 3 fine saves to keep Mesatego's team in the game, while also preventing Nigeria from adding to the misery. However, the Queens tried to get back into the game. The home side's defense was not going to be breached. The reverse fixtures will be played in Accra on Sunday, with the winner qualifying for the main tournament to be held in Morocco next year.
That is some update in the world of sport in line with the African African Cup of Nations. Now, in entertainment and lifestyle, yesterday, 21st October 2021, dancehall artist Charles Niama, also known as Shatawale, and 3 other persons have been remanded in prison custody for a week. They were remanded following a request by the Ghana Police Service due to an ongoing investigation with regards to the shooting scandal.
Popular dancehall artist Charles Niama Mensah, popularly known as Shatawale, has been remanded into police custody for 1 week over false publication. He pleaded not guilty for publication of false news and causing fear and panic. 3 others who appeared in court with him, Kojo Wusu Kranting, Shatter's personal assistant, Eric Vaneto, a graphic designer, and Idris Yusuf, a beautician, were charged for abatement of criminal publication of false news. The 3 others, who also pleaded not guilty, have been remanded into police custody by the Circuit Court Judge Emmanuel Marvin Esando. They are to reappear before court on 26 October 2021. The police on Tuesday, October 19th, arrested Shatawale over an alleged gunshot attack. He has been arrested to assist the police in investigation for his alleged involvement in the creation and circulation of information intended to cause fear and panic, the statement from the police said.
That is what is the issue pertaining to Shatawale. We'll bring you more as development unfolds in that stead. On that very note, this is how we end the AM News right from our studios at the John Evans Fifia Temos High Street in Accra. For more news, do well to log on to our website on adoatv.com. Until then, my name is Jonathan. Have a safe morning. Enjoy the rest of our programs. Remain your hub of comprehensive news.
Susie Eba for ye CB men, CB women, CB malakio, and a yedi CB soap on swaba. Ne moment neno ye bepese, ye be kasafa CB soap no, kwa ye faso, edi yusu CB soap no. Eni hiya e unhiya se onipe biya wo Ghana ha, ana asase so utumi yusu CB soap no be. CB soap, ye di ye pedicure, eni manicure. Pedicure ye brea, wa apply CB soap ewo unase eni unentin. Na watnasi for some minutes na wahoro ne nyina wo rere no eye wo nase de no na na pedicure no e na afen so se o de ye onsem na no so hohoro na rere no na e manicure kwa ye fa so e de use CB soap na nkasangasa na me ba be kire no de we binum ho a wonsem no ayedin ama sabio ne nsa no kura ya akoakoa ebinum nsam tumi ye dendenden ma ne nsanum ni nyina paapae enu nti na Suzy Heba for yakofa CB Heba soap edi abase wo sa haw ni nyina bia ka wakoma to yam ukoto CB soap no bia oba udi nsuo di kan fa onsam na fede weti soap no bia obema na dos wonsam nsati nka ho odi be fa onsayam ni nyina ne onsantam ni nyina uye ne sa wi obetena se fiti 10 to 15 minutes no wa hohoro ni nyina the moment adi soap no be fa onsem a obehohoro no na soap na hoodin ekita no na ne onsem eye dead cells ni nyina nti me say o men ko use blade because blade ha wan hwe na akwa nti use small knife and say scissors se o buy scissors no mu mienu se ya na o dia rewre onsem fini nyina se o ye ba ko wie na se na onsem no mu aye no eya no wajai enye ma wo betumi asan apply second soap no so bi na no so watena se for sa bre no o hohoro ana wasan rewre bonso onsem be ye moton kama na ono yire ana o partner bi hia watumi de onsa fa ne honam no so ana ye kɔ biai bi na se ye chia o so watumi atie bi se bia onentin ana se opese odi CB soap no eye pedicure ewo onase a ebia o 19 enye din onentin empaipa ya obedi kan di nsu afa onentin no onase no na wetin CB soap no bi na odi asra onentin no onase ne nyina se odi sra onentin no onase ne nyina wie na opese odi si nsu mu a kwan wo ho nemu obetwen be 55 to 10 minutes time ansana odi esinsumu ni enti etisa ne se odi sra 19 no sisi ya na odi sunsumu eba horo ne nyina edubre na orere abon se enye adwuma bi amfa ma wo enti se opese odi sinsumu after 10 minutes no na wasan de esinsumu to di sinsumu so for 10 minutes ana fidi ohoro a na wa rere ebeyi dead cells ni nyina ebeyi fine wo 19 ni nyina na bibia aye fine
CB Heba soap uni say hwura now hwe bemampo hwe say you use CB Heba soap the tree now the nase menti hwe say now wa tron afa CB Heba soap it works like magic we ya now we correct ma feel it why be me we could tia ni mem slippers mo ni perfect nase CB Heba soap perfect and you think I recommend myself. So person now we come out. We 19 papa there. Always need use CB soap. Heba, and you put her. Wow, abba.
Nia to subium ebia o 19 no aye dedendenti na oye bra o de asra wie na wa twen ahohoro a rere ni nyina awie no na fe de wet soap no kakra e de ato traba no so na o de atwi o 19 no ebia o ni scriber bia wo ho onni abo bia wo ho no mo a wo betimi ati soap no kakra de ato rough cement ana abo bia so ye rough so na o do 19 na twitwi so o ye ne sa every week bia ye no mpemi na o 19 ni nyina be fefefe na ye mre ya nsam ni 19 ni nase no e cells a etumi nyin ndi se o 19 na anase o nase na ye cells na etumi nyin no se enyiya na cells no wu na o hyampaboa na heat ne kana eno do ye hwan ebe yi sent so your ban na okru was a problem no bi u your bema na wa was a problem no bi abomodin ase obenya CB soap no bi okoto bi ba fa nsuo di kan fa o 19 no nase na fa soap no bi srasra o 19 no na se ne nyina na twɛn bɛ 10 to 15 minutes hohoro ne nyina na fe di pe small knife na scissors fa rere sa dead cells na wo 19 no na se ne nyina utumi yɛ sa wi a odo pampaboa no hye no 1 month na yi o 90 cent bia wom Suzy Herbal for ye drink Ghana for ho pa ye 19 ye bia bia ye ni nhyɛ da nkɔ ho nemom sika a wotumi de titompa sika obetumi ate sika kɛse de akɔtɔ wo dam nkonwa no wotie konwa no ma empɛn pii no wotumi sisa onan edi sisi nkonwa no ebinom 19 tumi ye rough ama papa ama ɔmotumi de tete bedsheet ntimi srew bomodia na abreni abrebia be use sibi soap no bi edi aye pedicure ni manicure anase odi be yi 19 ni unase fin eni unsemu fin na aboa na bibie tumi aye kama sibi soap no onipa dase ni bia wa asase so bia no betumi use ena afen so se oyo bia wa propro ye foot rot na obedi kan pe cotton o te cotton na kakra o de cotton no be bonsuo na we bie soap no so o de fafa ni boko ehuro bi beba cotton num fafa unan ni ntem no o de femu a 10 minutes per hohoro anase kona kodware nti me advice say abreni abrebia no so foot rot na be use sibi soap na use no bra why ready anopa e bia opese wo kwakodware uye no anopa ne anwumra wo foot rot ni nyina ebeko eye mmoa na ewom e no mu didi unan ni ntem no apropro no enye ye nantem kwa na yewu apropro tumi ye nsa ntem nyina ye won krofo bi wo Ghana ha adwuma omo ye enu nti abrebia na ne nsa da nsuo mu ntino omutumi nya nsa ntem apropro no bi sa wo so wo sa ha wo no bi amesrew unya cotton eni sibi soap no bi a ti cotton ne kakra fa bo nsuo sa wo di bo nsuo no wi a fafa soap ne ni boko ro na beba cotton no mu no fafa nsa ne ntem no mame eno so 10 minutes no wa hohoro uta ye na nopa eni anwumre bia so ha no nyina no ebe feel so na wade ho na bibia tumi aye fine
Sibi Herbal soap amanfo agiato eye samra ye di hwe ye na ho edi na ho na me ni atronchro akrobato mun na mama ya akrobato eti abibia me kanfo ade papa na de mama mi anka se ma yusu bi ma wo se ma yusu bi enipa me na mo di Sibi Herbal soap mo dance e doso obi asem o kan bia ya sem papa e hyen kran se akrobato samana mo di bedwa so no si before di bedwa eye samana papa se wo nanti wo nase wo di basa so no yi ho nyina kakaka bo so na wa se akola foforo no adansi di na media mawo mintimi ni anipa bia nim ento ade bone mawo because of my credibility. I'll never lie to you. Me peme man for asem na me do me man na me die menya no so me nya ready say me say no anasem de nkika bia be kaka ho ne say Sibi Herbal soap nko ade me gina dia that say eye papa Toby na be say disitie Sibi ana Ghana ma any member yet don't want it. We always thank you very much.
Ye the herbs and ye Sibi Herbal soap ye wondro no bebre wo hodoma ye de pedicure ni manicure use so abra wo use ne mo no na eno mo e ma o 19 na ye den by Sibi soap ntisa mo na wo use Sibi soap no na e ma o 19 no e ye mre fine any side effect bia
Sibi soap no metompa obi wo ha ono no o mane dia o be use shampoo we o hunu so na no wo de man na wo say no an say o de aye nipa ne nan na wo atwia na aye fine wo bia na wo say o de wo foot bibi a massage no wo ye bi a massage na asa nti no ye easier e mom na ye adwuma so fine me pa cho wo what Sibi soap na wo so nhwe no bo mo de ana ko pepa ko wo kun fi adwuma ba wo de mountain na fa ye ne na wo fa no bon komo wo bia twitwuma no na wa wo be hu say na wo ko na be
me mitimi fa me pe enkanfo bibi mawo mitimi fa me pe e ma wonyi bibi ni preko pesa na Ghana ye nyina dan adi ansan me kam bibi no e fa dro ana bibi ni pa yusu di kono video na ni pe bia na adi fo agiato me akrobato aka who knows tomorrow me catch will say Sibi Herbal soap no FDA for Adoatv, they have proved that it's good for human being to use.
CB soap no pebia toa. Uko drugstore, pharmacy, herbal shop, cosmetic shop. Just provision stores are who do be Ghana Hanum Krana. Omuton CB herbal soap nubu. Bet me a fresh Suzy herbal for ewo telephone numbers a made ba be ma we so. Near the kind 0247 11 1671. Near to Sumi no ye 0246 578750. Near to Sumi and Saye 0240 952027. Meda Ashafonyina Ase.
Welcome aboard the safest airline in Africa. With industry-leading safety measures to protect your well-being. The first in Africa to earn a diamond standard of safety. Offering a more contactless, safe, and seamless experience. Delivered with a smile by Africa's first fully vaccinated crew. Creating special memories that bring the joy back to flying, so you can continue making memories with your loved ones. Book your flight with RwandAir today. RwandAir, the safest airline in Africa.
RwandAir, fly the dream of Africa.
CB makeup snarl. Amaka correct. What's your best mankasa? That's it. Who anyone? Oh, middle. You captures about one man. CB man capsules. Missy CB man capsules and America.
Yeah, you CB men and women's capsules. Now, you knew the dada. And 1 year packaging, I had the pepper.
Wow! What a packaging! CB men, any CB women capsules, no packaging is out. And you also no mood any biansan wako do pegi.
She are painful. Any about town man kwada no for. Any kwada won di fie do yen. En kan ho.
Susanna. Ghana man be man tamase.
Dodo Afre 0247 111671 and 0246 578 750. FDA aje edwedin kato yato.
Breast cancer is very scary and all, but for some reason, a lot of women think that it could never happen to them. October is here again. It's Breast Cancer Awareness Month. We've come to know that breast cancer is the one cancer that's killing more women than any other cancer in women. This means that all of us need to be concerned and all of us need to take the requisite steps to ensure that we get screened, know whether or not we have anything to be concerned about, and most importantly, know that there is a cure. Breast cancer can be treated and is best when it's detected early. So take advantage of this Breast Cancer Awareness Month and go and get screened. There's free screening available. If you go to Sonotech in Accra, at their branches at the West Hills Mall in Tema or Osu, you can get your screening done for absolutely no fee at all. Also, if you'd like to do a mammogram or an ultrasound, you get it as a good discount during the month of October. It's time for all of us to get tested. Let us get screened. Let us know whether or not we have anything to be concerned about. And most importantly, let us know that if you do have any signs of breast cancer, the earlier it's detected, the better it is for you, your family, and your loved ones. This year, I'm happy to partner with Sonotech during the Breast Cancer Awareness Month to get more and more women interested in taking steps to know whether or not we have anything to be concerned about. Stay safe and get screened. My name is Na Shoko. I'm a broadcaster.
Yeni Masatek, so your kunini or roofing industry nim, enti, Saudi roofina, now what Asatek. Asatek will quality long span roofing sheeter, a sign nail free. Tresse, and here so did a dwabomu, now so a team would down the soa. Pampe, Alframa, and a whom and to me. Asatek quality long span roofing sheets with beautiful bright colors with anti-fading and anti-rusting properties. Tresse, every nache name panso, enti warmer 30-year warranty. Terms and conditions apply. Asatek quality long span roofing sheet dear. Ayama debia, say a warehouse, school, hotel, hospital, sorry, and now say a wawufi. Use Asatek quality nail free long span roofing sheet to be. Now what done to be jinaso, then you know. Or your delivery services, Papa Bia, and found wonderful Kwan Asatek Bema was second order between 3 and 5 working days. Or VIP delivery services as well. 1 day pet now Osaka. Prepare Asatek a chill quine Watama 22, Meridian Road, when you could go board warehouse, the bank, Takrade, a few Kuma number 9, or pay a few Kuma Fidelity Bank, no, Voter Regional so or Wakache Tatome, JN Bank and Chenhope. Asatek, sheltering you for life.
Say I'm a serious. The same got to moon, I'm a sissy. You call me Kubi, ya ba me ba. Na me na se kan ya ma konta. Cause we are moving show, baby. Timmy, I do my den, I'm a tipe. About you met so many chilipi. It's a dick, I crave it, me. Friday, Wakubi, na my club. Minamba, you are Wakuya, na my talking. One corner, one gana. So what's the idea that I am? I ran to my bro, me young commander. But music, I'm a them no about. I'm a them no about. Tell me, Pana, come on, you. Tell me, Pana, come and move you. I get to give me the shabby. I get to get in the shabby. Tell me, Pana, come on, you. Tell me, Pana, come and move you. I get to get it, come in the shabby. Get it, come in the shabby.
Praise the Lord, hallelujah, in the highest. Nyawa and yo, nyame, wasin and yo, nyame. All by your mercy and your grace, I am grateful. You've turned my life around, now I'm a shining star.
Last year by this time, I'm daddy. Me this car, me go to but I'm a planning. I know what I could do more routine, I have me. Dima teme kame kuti bona wabe kame. Boka masam de bia minti. Mene oka na se minti. I'm focused. The best I'm my own boss. Ten wanna fit. I'll be boss and ben amante. They say my songs be a real one. And so minti will be a just having kwan. I know go round from me. Today them say they be. Nani me da was it. Mama tafon goso tiase. Teni pano kamani. Teni pano kamenu fi. Kagete give me the shabby. Kagete give me the shabby. Teni pano kamani. Teni pano kamenu fi. Kagete give me the shabby. Kagete give me the shabby.
Praise the Lord, hallelujah, in the highest. Nyawa and yo, nyame, wasin. Your grace, I am grateful. You turned my life around. Now I'm a shining star.
Fox speed, roll it.
Shake it. Chroma shit, baby I shit. Sikana lock it, baby I block it. So yeah, my abemumo, yeah, then I befa, oh, befa, yeah, then I befa. Kokroko, ya no me chaja choteto, and Ramanda, into the diet moto. Obrayoko, they say miss you be chalato. Chale, no be lie. Shit, bibia ya, shit, obia ya wadia. Chale, no be lie. Shit, bibia ya, shit, obia ya wadia. Chroma ya shit, baby ya shit. See can I lock it, baby I block it. So yeah my baby mo, yeah then I befa, oh befa, yeah then I befa. Living a life on the street, nobody care what we do, nobody care what we go through, nobody care what we do. Your brain motivational speakers, won't try and kind of. Your parents you know be yes, I'm here. Someone say Nalaba, I've not bet the coco. When the my break up bed, Mulinke Mr. John, yes, see what the bed is hard, yeah. Chale, no be lie, shit, bibia ya, shit, obia ya wad, shit, lalas hard, yeah. Chale, no be lie, shit, bibia ya, shit, obia ya wad, shit. Chroma ya shit, baby ya shit. See can I lock it, baby I block it. So yeah my baby mo, yeah then I befa, oh befa, yeah then I befa. Chroma ya shit, baby I shit. See can I lock it, baby I block it. So yeah my baby mo, yeah then I befa. Befa, oh befa, yeah then I befa.
Savage mix.
About the things, I wanna talk about the things where they feel. I know they say what I know me, so if I tell you say I like it, believe it. You got me confused, I'm in the mood. In my shaka, what you want me, I got you. You got me confused, I'm in the mood. In my shaka, what you want me, I got you. Like mommy, a job, position me, I'm not going to I be that judge where you look at me, I'm up. I live for your eyes, so I'll be your dog. Position me, I'm a go chase up. I be that judge when you do with me, I'm up. I live for your house, so I hope you are done.
Something like eternity, then for eternity I give you my all. Calamania no jump opportunity. If I be player, I go put them on pause. Mommy, do you believe in second chances? Mommy, do you believe in soul ties? I've been looking for the one, think I found her. I feel love, then I look into your eyes.
Like mommy, a job, position me, I'm a go chase up. I be that side where you do with me, I'm up. I live for your house, so I'll be your dog. Position me, I'm a go chase up. I be that judge where you do with me, I'm up. I live for your house, so I'll be your dog.
Good morning, good morning, good morning. It's a Friday, yes? And we say thank God it's Friday, usually, because it begins our weekend. So for all your plans and for all tasks and purposes you have for this weekend, we say thank God it's Friday. Another Friday is here with us. And good morning to you from my lovely self and from the coach of this team, the AM Ghana. It's Sammy Kusi. Sammy?
Yeah, good morning, and we hope you are doing very, very well wherever you are watching us from. Greetings and a warm greetings to you this morning. We are coming your way again today with a lot of goodies. Jonathan was here with the news, and of course, we are going to continue with the newspaper headlines and some discussions and some interviews as well. If you have never heard about the art center, what we call the art center in Accra, or the cultural center in Accra. Today, just keep your channels here at Adoatv, because you're going to hear a lot more as Reginald Ade brings you some interesting discussions from the art center. And of course, we will continue and serve you what you need throughout the day. Remember that we are in the month of October, and the breast cancer awareness is still on. So kindly go to Sonotech Diagnostics and Medical Center. Let them examine you and help treat you. Early detection is better. Early detection is better. So don't sit home. This whole month they have been organizing free screening. So you just go there and let them screen you. And right after that, they will make some recommendations and what you need to do, what you need not to do. And you can also have them for other services, mammograms and what have you. So kindly go to Sonotech Diagnostic Center. Call them today actually and let them help you. Whether natural mineral water is what we are all drinking. That is what we all take these days. That is what all the funerals in town are using. That is what all the parties in town are using. All the engagements, all the weddings. In fact, we use it in our homes as well. Our workplaces. Pena mineral water is what we recommend for you this morning. Kindly get it and be safe. We are flying with Air Rwanda because it is the safest flight you can all be on board. And it's not just the safest flight, but the experience is worth it. When you pay very, very, very little for such classic service, then you understand that you all have to board Air Rwanda wherever we are flying to. They fly to so many destinations in Africa and of course outside Africa. So kindly go there and buy some of these cheap and very, very affordable tickets, but experience super classic service on Air Rwanda. They are the reasons why we are able to bring you the morning show AM Ghana today.
I thought you were just going to say, oh, it's a great morning. But as usual, if you give it to the coach, he's always right on point, ready to work. And that brings me to my inspirational quote for you today. It's coming from Thomas Edison. And he's known to have made this statement: genius is 1% inspiration and 99% perspiration. Genius is 1% inspiration and 99% perspiration. In other words, despite your talent and despite your gift, you still have to work at it. More force, work hard, and it will push your talent to the sky, to the zenith. And as you saw Sammy doing it there, even when given one moment, he was pushing it to the sky, giving the support to those who are supporting us, because we have to water the one who waters. So that is from us here, myself and Sam, just introducing ourselves to you this morning. We'll just go for a quick commercial break. We'll be back to do the newspaper headlines, and there is still more. So don't go anywhere. It's still Adoatv and the AM Ghana. Hold on. We'll be right back.
Welcome aboard the safest airline in Africa. With industry-leading safety measures to protect your well-being. The first in Africa to earn a diamond standard of safety. Offering a more contactless, safe, and seamless experience. Delivered with a smile by Africa's first fully vaccinated crew. Creating special memories that bring the joy back to flying, so you can continue making memories with your loved ones. Book your flight with RwandAir today. RwandAir, the safest airline in Africa.
RwandAir, fly the dream of Africa.
Yeah, CB makeup now. I'm not correct. Why your best mankasa?
That's it.
Who anymore? Oh, middle. You captures back on CB makeup sauce. You see, CB makeup sauce and make a year.
Yeah, you see men and women's capsules now. You knew the dada. And one year packaging I had a
Wow! What a packaging! CB men, any CB women capsules, no packaging is out. And you also no mood any bias and walk on the piggy.
Share up him for any about town, Mount Padano for any Padano you and come home.
Susanna, Ghana man, Tamasi.
Adoatv 0247 111671 and 0246 578 750. FDA Adoatv didn't cut a yet.
Breast cancer is very scary and all, but for some reason, a lot of women think that it could never happen to them. October is here again. It's Breast Cancer Awareness Month. We've come to know that breast cancer is the one cancer that's killing more women than any other cancer in women. This means that all of us need to be concerned and all of us need to take the requisite steps to ensure that we get screened, know whether or not we have anything to be concerned about, and most importantly, know that there is a cure. Breast cancer can be treated and is best when it's detected early. So take advantage of this Breast Cancer Awareness Month and go and get screened. There's free screening available. If you go to Sonotech in Accra, in their branches at the West Hills Mall in Tema or Osu, you can get your screening done for absolutely no fee at all. Also, if you'd like to do a mammogram or an ultrasound, you get it as a good discount during the month of October. It's time for all of us to get tested. Let us get screened. Let us know whether or not we have anything to be concerned about. And most importantly, let us know that if you do have any signs of breast cancer, the earlier it's detected, the better it is for you, your family, and your loved ones. This year, I'm happy to partner with Sonotech during the Breast Cancer Awareness Month to get more and more women interested in taking steps to know whether or not we have anything to be concerned about. Stay safe and get screened. My name is Na Shoko. I'm a broadcaster.
sɛ wɔyɛ kunini wɔ roofing industry nim enti sɛ wodwe roofing a na wadwe Asatec. Asatec wɔ quality long span roofing sheet a ɛsan yɛ nail free. Kyerɛ sɛ ɛhia sɛ wode dadoa bɔ mu nanso ɛtim wo dan no so a pampe amframa ana ehum entumi nya no hwee. Asatec quality long span roofing sheets with beautiful bright colors with anti-fading and anti-rusting properties. Sure say every nache na empanso enti woma 30-year warranty. Terms and conditions apply. Asatec quality long span roofing sheet dear. Eye madan bia say a warehouse, school, hotel, hospital, sorry, ana say a wawufi. Use Asatec quality nail free long span roofing sheet no be. Na wo dan do be gyina so na yi ne ho. Your delivery services papa bia emfa ho ne fa kwa wo Asatec bema wo saka order between 3 and 5 working days. Wo VIP delivery services so a 1 day pe na wo saka. Hwehwe Asatec achi kwan Watermakono 82 Meridian Road woni Cocoa Board Warehouse na ben Takrade Efiekuma number 9 wo ben Efiekuma Fidelity Bank no Volta region so wo Akache Tatome GN Bank enchen ho pe. Asatec, sheltering you for life.
Water, but when I get your mouth, and that's all I know about you are fire.
Malaria and tea. But you are yet more bono.
What you are doing?
Malaria, therefore, yaw. Enti awo, I shouldn't a customers. One who say, Mammy, I am smart. I perceive Malakio. I'm money buyer or the eco school. Share. Say a pianisi berry market ni malaria and tea. I want to mean. And now Emma will be around to walk. So we have malaria test. Maybe one. And try better one. And the CB Malakio. You didn't know. And now kick out from a son so I CB Malakio. And no way so dear. And I know grow. I yet that shit.
A drawing near my appeal for about a woman for any quada won't fear
Susiana. What would you with you?
FD Ashusha sa a jedi and car to you aja to Musa and
All right, welcome back. It's AM Ghana here on Adoatv Television, and we welcome you once again. Like we always do, we are full of surprises. Today we have something very, very beautiful for you, and that's what we stand for. So Julia is going to do some explanations to us because Julia wears headgear because women wear headgear. So today we have some very, very nice surprise for you. We are going to show you some different kinds of headgear and then tell you exactly what they mean, so that if you go home and you have seen your mom or your sister or your wife in some particular headgear. In fact, when I was going through that, I saw that some are really trouble. I mean, they mean trouble is coming. So now we want to give you the gist so that when you see them, you know what is happening already.
Okay.
So, but you wear headgear.
Me? I don't even remember. Maybe the usual one in the house, and you want to keep your hair out of your face, so you just tie something. And I think once to my brother's wedding, my other brother's wedding. Yeah. Besides that.
Okay, so there is this one on the screen, and what is the meaning of this, or what is this one saying? Let's see what it's saying. It says that, so Julia, I think I will try and then read.
Okay.
And then you would explain to our viewers. It says, Inkumise badon. What?
Inkumise mi badon.
Inkumise mi badon.
Hey, that sounded like Latin. I'm wondering
is
how
that really
what he said.
I'm speaking. Please allow me to speak my Ghana. No, I think this is a different one. Jonathan, this is a different one, right? This is not the Badon one. This is not the Badon one. Let me find the one on the screen. This is
What's that?
This is chi. This is actually chi.
Okay,
And this one says that wo kwa waria bisa. I mean, Julia, you understand this one? So it says that okwa waria bisa. It simply means that seek advice before you marry. So if you see someone wearing their headgear this way, it's actually a message.
Yeah.
So okwa waria bisa. It doesn't mean that you have gone to the waria and you are having trouble.
This is like someone is facing troubles.
Yes. Like you don't even have time to check anything.
No.
You just carry the thing and then put it on your head.
Overburdened by the weight.
Yeah.
The weight.
Oh,
my goodness.
So this is it. Now the other one says that so it's like
Waria to pretty. Waria.
Meaning the responsibility attached to marriage.
Yeah.
So this woman is trying to say that whoever has found our area should tell their pretty or what? So if you see this kind of headgear in your area, they are telling you something. So
I think it would be nice if we could do some public awareness on this. Go round. When you see somebody with the hairstyle, you ask them
what headgear style have you worn, so that they can explain.
What message are you sending?
Exactly, but you'll be surprised to know that a lot of people don't really understand how they have just put their thing on and there. Please don't just be putting things on. You are talking to people. So I see that. The next one says, "Hey, what the headgear?" Who's Rauni? Meaning nothing ventured, nothing gained. This is inspirational. Wow. This is motivational.
Yeah. I like the way it's like a cap, and she's just wearing it on the head. It's settled.
It's serious business. If you are not serious, go and find somewhere in sleep. That is what this one means.
Who's Rauni?
Who's Rauni? Please, if you are watching and you also have any other headgear, send it to us on our WhatsApp. Yeah. And if you have anything to say about it, let us also have it. Send us a WhatsApp message, or even on our Facebook, we will definitely read it out for you. See. It says Sunday Mirror Special. Hey.
Formerly Mejinsu or Mejinsu.
I want water. Mejinsu. See the thing, it looks like couple.
Yeah.
So that you pour the water somewhere and then Sunday Mirror Special.
I don't think I've seen this style in recent times though.
You have seen it before?
I don't know. I don't think I've seen this.
But the other ones you have seen the other ones.
Yeah, especially the first one. It was like an easy.
But who named these stars? I mean, who came up with these stars and named them? Anyway, this one says Shiamiwo Nkwanta. Meet me at the junction.
That's right.
That is the junction at the forehead.
That's right.
What a junction. Oh, okay, interesting. But you ladies normally do this one.
Yes, this one here we do. Especially now we have a nice way of doing. Some put it in a big knot there, or some make the bow tie, more. I mean, bigger.
This one you have been doing it yourself. That you are telling people to meet you at the junction. So if you do this one and you are walking,
if you see somebody with this, she is going to meet
somebody at the junction. See this one too. It says what? Takunso Medi. She meaning what can sixpence do for me? Takunso Midi.
Okay.
Takunso Midi.
Sure, then it's for the premier.
Oh yes. Slave queens and slave kings. The money, it is small. What can sixpence do for me?
So when a lady like that approaches you, you should know what should flow from your pocket.
But I don't know, coincidentally, look at the facial expression. It really also, goes along with the duku style. This lady's face says it all, like, Charlie, Don't come and give me any small money.
We don't want
It's
coins.
small. Yes.
We don't want coins. Sasu, no coins.
Yes.
Okay.
Isn't it the same lady again? The one who says small money is small for her.
Was it
She's
high
back again.
chili?
I think this
Okay,
one
so
would be in Ghana, right?
This is a.
No. Go back for us to see the high chili or whatever it is. You kindly go back for us. One. The
All right.
Is this high chili? This is a style popularly used by many good time girls.
That's right.
Many examples can be seen in Accra nightclubs. On Kumasi Street and Takrady High Spot.
That's right.
They say the girls sometimes tie this type of gear around cigarette tins and rolled newspaper. It looks like the you see the Rasta people or people who have plenty hair,
Rastafarians,
and they will just tie something like this. High chili.
It seems in days past it had a meaning.
Yes.
High time girls.
Yes. That's very interesting. If you're watching, you can also send us if you have any picture of old Duku styles and then their meanings. Or you can just join us by Facebook or WhatsApp and tell us if you have Duku styles and you mean. This one, unless you read it. Yeah, this is Ghana.
So you are able to work it yourself, then it means you deserve to spend it.
Oh, okay. You can spend it if you work. You can spend it. Today I'm reading Ghana.
If you can work for it.
Okay. But why is the lady's face straight like that? What is wrong with her?
She's a working woman. Yes.
Oh, okay.
Doesn't have time for rough things. So this is a lady who will not meet you at the crossroads. She doesn't have time for. Hey.
This one says Odo Fami too. Love, take me in the plane, or you two can fly. No, I like this one. You two can fly. Oh yes. The side looks like some aeroplane wings or whatever it is.
Or we call obey the wind.
You two can fly, and the woman has a very, very nice facial expression to suggest that you two can fly. Yes, you two can fly. You two can board the
Jonah, what are you saying about this one? Okay, I hear you. Your wife will hear.
Hey.
This
is fancy. This one, it has over me. Like you are looking at your mom or something. That's the fancy. I mean, the key meaning.
Yeah. Okay.
Fancy meaning. Yeah.
Okay. So,
but,
like, do as my mother does, kind of thing.
More like.
It's an insult. Oh.
I think. I think we should also look at it. Joe, can you keep this one for us for a bit? I think we can also look at it from a different angle. More like, hey, you are looking at your mom. I'm not a small girl. Something like that.
Okay.
Because, I mean, there's a young lady in the Duku. You understand?
So it's sarcasm.
More like that. A young lady in the Duku, and you may think that she's young, but she's telling you that, you know what, I'm wearing Duku. So I'm old. You are looking at your mom.
You can't talk to me like that.
Okay. Hey, what a Duku style.
So in other words, I don't have to say it.
But it's very simple too. Oh, you know, but you do know how to tie all these Dukus.
I think that for some of them, maybe we've not seen them. So, but when you look at a picture or you see somebody tying, you can just You know, of late on YouTube, everything is there.
Okay.
You can download some of the videos.
You, let's go ahead. We are not sharing our now here, please. Shauna saying, huh? This one says what?
Back when you yata. Come and look and go and say so. This is another sarcasm.
This one is bad. The Duku says exactly.
You want to come and watch and go and tell them. Go and gossip.
So this is for gossip.
Yeah.
No, I mean, I'm waiting for the gossip. Come and look and go and see it.
So you want something to say?
Bakwe ni oyata. Oh, bakwe ni oyata.
Not tata.
Ta.
Aha.
Bakwe ni oyata.
Yes.
Oh, Joe, why? You are doing the thing fast. Why? You don't want us to, you want me to speak out. This one says money swine. Aha. I like this one. And there's a gun right there.
Kemo mi fe.
That means.
Yeah, tell me everything. So it's concerned nipa ready to listen. I'm ready to hear. I'm ready to listen to all you have to say. I'm
money
prepared.
swine. How? I mean,
Yeah,
read the gun
it.
and let me hear again.
It's a kemo mi fe.
Kemo mi. Hey, if I had read it, I would have said chemo. Gun, oh, gun.
In actual fact, these ones are losing their real Ga alphabets. So that's why you say K. In actual Ga, it will be Kemo, Mi, Fe. Because it's the symbol is not there. So I understand you. Don't worry.
Yes, me, I can teach guys.
Yes, you can. Yes.
All right, so we can go ahead. There is more. You can go ahead.
Hey.
This one is the Kunim se Badon.
Nkumi se mi Badon.
And I'm saying Kunim. Kunim saying.
Nkumi say I'm not returning.
Hey.
I'm not ever returning here
this
again.
This one, she's leaving her husband.
And that is it. It's like I'm not returning. I'm not coming back. No matter what Chris will do. That woman with this duku, she's telling you.
Yes. I'm not coming back.
I think some of the guys here have to take note of this particular one.
Yeah, I have to. I will save this on my phone.
You have to.
If you are fighting with me and I see you tie this duku this way, but you know it's also very synonymous to those kind of scenes that you see a woman and a man having some kind of altercations, and then they'll just tie the duku and carry their bags, and then this is exactly how they tie the duku and carry their bags.
But then times they understood what
and
they
then
were
will
doing.
use them to boil and then they will be leaving.
It's like when you see a woman with a kind of a cloth around her waist, it should be symbolic of what is going on in her. Like I'm ready for action. So you see the woman with that cloth, you have to either step aside, get out of her way, or you become a stepping stone. So this, in fact, if you come home and you see your wife with this duku,
you know that
either get on your knees or
okay, we have another one. It says Akosombo special.
This is our last one. Okay.
That's our last one?
Yes.
Oh, okay. It says what does this one say?
Akosombo special.
Akosombo, what does it mean?
I wonder.
It says named after what?
Named after the Volta River, was that priest?
Project.
Yeah,
named after the Volta River project.
And this looks, as the guns would see this one and think this person has this, we had this distortion of the face. It's an illness that comes in your ear. That part gets a little swollen.
But this has become fashion now. Have you seen that? Have you seen it?
No, I actually haven't seen this thing. If I see somebody with this, the first thing that will come to my mind is they have that, I don't know whether I should call it an illness or a disease or a sickness, but it's, that's what this one.
I have seen people wear their duku this way as fashion. Where they cover their head, leave the front, they tie it under their chin like this.
Oh, I understand. Okay, I get what you say. With the sunglasses.
Yes. It has become fashion.
Yeah. That's why the white women who sit in their Mercedes with the top rolled over.
You see, that is why it's Akosombo special.
Akosombo special.
Named after a Volta River project. Where is the Volta River in this duku style?
Okay.
I can see it. But there are some comments under it here.
Okay.
It says, great information, thanks. This one says, my future wife will tie. This is insightful. Okay. Someone says Brazilian hair is killing this beautiful culture.
Oh, that's
yes.
true. And funny enough, the Brazilian hair is so expensive compared to these ones.
Oh, but this is beautiful. I mean,
yeah.
this one says you were looking for the fashion style of women in the 70s and 80s. I think this provides, if you were looking for a fashion style of women in the 70s and 80s, this provides a clue. So it's very true.
Yes.
Some of these styles are now, I mean, turned into different fashion styles, and people are tying them for weddings and blah 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 blah.
And we leave ours. We are now putting on
This
the
one
daily.
says, I have been laughing like killer. Intriguing names here. Amazing. My mom just confirmed some to me. Oh, that's fine. That's fine. That's fine. That's fine. Oh, wow. Did you find this in a book? Oh, no. We found it somewhere. Anyway, these are some of the comments coming in. And so I think once a while we need to visit some of these.
Fridays are good days for such
some of
things.
these good old things that made life very interesting. They actually had meanings that we didn't know about. And there are lots more of these, and then of course we can always go back and share with you what our old women and men. One of these days we're going to find what our men were also wearing, the nikabuka and things, and if they also had meanings, you will bring.
How much cloth has been wasted in the past?
It is not always about how do you call it? Every day and this people are tired. Sometimes you just have to travel back into the days and then see what we can find. See what we can find and then bring it back onto the. Someone would say bring it back to the timelines. This is very informative and this is very. But I mean, would you like to tie any of these?
Yes. As for the fly away, I'm sure I'll need a lot of demonstration with that one. That really sticks.
The you two can fly.
The you two can fly. That really sticks.
Joe, please give us the you two can fly. Let's see if Julia can tie you two can fly. But I mean, you guys wear headgears. How does it add to your outlook?
You know when it even comes to what we call engagement or the traditional wedding, it's always part of the list.
Yes,
so it's like a requirement for a married woman. So in other words, symbolism that you are married.
Okay.
Symbolism that you are responsible. You are a caretaker. You are giving care to people. So I believe that the duku, it wasn't just something that they felt like putting on. And as the names we've gone through already suggest, it was part of a culture. Unfortunately, a culture that we seem to be leaving behind. But I really do hope that with this little recall into the past, we will go back to it. One of these Fridays, I'll come with my duku on. I'm wondering which style.
Headgear.
Hey, Adoatv.
This one is the.
It's like banana peels. Fly
this
away.
This one is the you two can fly.
Fly away, Peter. Fly away, Paul.
It's very true. This one, it looks. I mean. But I mean, how do you decide? How do you even create it? That you tie and decide to leave some two. I don't know what it is, how to call it. But then you leave two of the ends hanging
like that.
That way, and then
I wonder which fabric. Because if you use something silky, it means that immediately the wind blows, it's going to. Chris, this Tupac one is not for us. This Tupac one is not for us, but yes, whether they use the hard kind of duku so that it stands like that. But if it is really silky, it means that immediately the wind blows you out.
Yes. And I'm trying to find out the inspiration behind
these.
I mean these things that we see, and perhaps because we have not asked questions about them, we really do not have.
And I think I'll use this opportunity to say, ladies with a hair bonnet that hair bonnet thing I keep seeing, the hair bonnet is for the house. So leave the hair bonnets in the house and tie your nice fashionable dukus to the market. Yes, the hair bonnets, that thing, I just don't understand. Whenever I see people with it, I wonder where it's coming from. So the dukus, Chris is asking me to come to work with the Mikumi Semi Badomba. I don't know what kind of that message. I don't know who you think I should be passing that message to. But we'll see. Come Friday, we'll see.
Next week we would find more on this, but then we would come along with some other ones, and of course, the history behind headgears. I mean, how it came. Going through the some of the stories, I've seen that this current trends actually came from, I mean, or they have just been
recycled.
Yes, and then now we have those fascinators.
The big,
and they are all coming from these Duku styles, and that means a lot. That means a lot. That means a lot. That means a lot, because today Reginald is coming to give us something on our culture. So we decided to go back a little bit.
Talking about Reginald, are we forgetting something?
When you come and wish himself the happy birthday. we don't wish happy birthday for people.
Yes, today is that gentleman's birthday. Reginald, Daddy, happy birthday to you. It is definitely long life, and with long life, prosperity as usual. I'm praying that the days, the weeks, the months leading up to your next birthday will be full of joy, of grace, of love, of peace, and of laughter. That is my message to you. So we're just going to go straight into the newspaper headlines. Okay, so just in case you've been waiting and you've been wondering, we are doing it right now for you. Okay, so I have with me the Ghanaian Times, and it is the most authoritative newspaper on the issue of public debate on the LGBTQI+. President urges tolerance, civil discourse. He urges tolerance and civil discourse, and that story is on page 16 again. Shatta Wale, there's an update on the Shatta Wale and others remanded in police custody. And since it's just on page 3, I want to take a little. Dancehall artist Charles Niama Mensah, known in showbiz circles as Shatta Wale, was yesterday remanded into police custody by an Accra Circuit Court. Shatta Wale, who appeared before the court presided over by Mr. Emmanuel Isando, was charged with 1 count of publication of false news, while 3 other accomplices were charged with abetment to publication of false news. So that's by way of an update on the Shatta Wale saga. So before I go to the front page, Narcotics Control Commission seizes 6,840,000 Ghana cedis of weed and arrests 7 other suspects. So that's on page 3. And again, second phase of the 20 million euro ACARP inaugurated as government commits to improving sanitation in Accra. And that story is on page 15. NTC, NRSA forge partnership on road safety campaign. On the back page, $15.5 billion needed to address climate change. And the last story here, use culture as a tool for national development. Use culture as a tool for national development. And that will be a wrap up for the most authoritative newspaper, the Ghanaian Times.
Daily Graphic is here, and quickly, second phase Accra Compost Plant Commission. So President Akufo-Addo cutting a ribbon to inaugurate the Ajin Kotoku recycling plant. Private schools license renewal now 3 years. private schools license renewal, now 3 years. Education Minister is speaking here. And tolerate opposing views. President tells public on the discussions of on the LGBTQ plus bill. President says tolerate opposing views. Stakeholders call for strategic plans to end Kayayi, and the Vice President hosts Youth Connect to dinner. NCA to roll out new management system for electronic media, and elsewhere in health, support diagnosis, treatment of childhood cancer. Okay, that's fine. That's very, very good. Let's quickly go to some sports. Black Stars lack potent strikers. Coach Sapon and two firms support Queen's Baton Relay. Salt cuts for Agu Sports Complex project. And the Accra Seniors Open begins on November 22. Free gates for Queens versus Falcons qualifies. Okay, we will come and support them. At the back page, Ghana Health Service receives support in medicines, and 25% Ghanaians would suffer stroke by 2040. That is coming from the World Health Organization.
To the new weekend crusading guide, stopper on 1D 1F project fails as court strikes out injunction against Empire Cement Factory. And that story is on page 10 of the new weekend crusading guide. Now, Asabi's communication prowess is a magic wand in 2024 party stalwarts. Then under that we have Setre Kumewu Chiefs grateful to President Akufo-Addo commissions second phase of 20 million euro ACARP. I've taken that already. So the bigger story here says, I made a mistake. Nana apologizes to Cape Coasters over Harbour Gaff. Is it Gaff or Gaffe? All right, then on sports, Ghana move one step in FIFA ranking, and License B coaching refresher course to be held from October 27th to 31st of October. That's a wrap up for the new weekend crusading guide.
Well, the daily guide is here, and even losers are on thank you tour. Nana apologizes to Gwa. Shatawale Gang Boys, Pastor Caged. Akufo-Addo opens 20 million euros ACAP phase 2. And let's see what's inside. ECOWAS female MPs visit First Lady. Amewu replies Mahama over Hohoi attack. And police hands for killer robbers. Pregnant woman's killer grab. Dangerous robber busted at Adeso. Okay. Mahama will rule for 8 years instead of constitutional 4. Miguel. Mahama will rule for 8 years instead of constitutional 4. Nigel Gage's desperations. I mean, why do we say some of these things? In an interview at the Angel TV network, Nigel said this: the president in West Africa will resign before his time. It's an Anglophone country. Charlie, let me stop this.
I'm glad you did.
You don't come and just put things out like that. Okay, so in entertainment, Annette Danso headlines My Worship, My Sacrifice, and Happy FM launches 16th edition of Mass Wedding. Okay, I'll go and do some. Pogba's 300,000 K Rolls Royce escapes tree smash, and Kodoko keyed up for season. Has fly out to face WAC. All the best to Accra Hearts of Oak, and tennis Super Cup tennis underway.
The Chronicle, the True Independent says, your ambitions shouldn't affect my presidency. Your ambitions shouldn't affect my presidency. And we have pictures of Dr. Mahamadou Bawumia, who wants to become the NPP flag bearer. Also, Mr. Alan Chermanting, aspiring to be NPP's flag bearer. We have Dr. Efriye Akoto, who wants to lead the NPP for election 2024. So Akufo-Addo's this statement is actually directed to them. He tells Veep, Alan Cash and Efriye Akoto, your ambitions should not affect my presidency. Again, NLA supports destitute through Caritas Lottery platform, to who it may concern. Board of Trustees for Cocoa Pension Scheme inaugurated, and that story is on page 9. I've read this already on Asabi and his communication skills. So jumping on to sports, Hearts depart for Morocco, Ovoka included in lists. Ghana moves up to 52nd place in new FIFA ranking, and we are ready for the upcoming season that's coming from the team of Kotoko, Asante Kotoko, Uku Apima, Apimbeba.
What did you
I said they are saying they are ready for the upcoming season.
And you said something.
Uku Apima.
What is Uku Apima? don't come and butcher our
That's what you've been doing to Aga. That's what you've been slaying Aga left, right, and center. This is my first try, just my first attempt. Let's leave it there. So far it's 10-1. And the last sports article here says Ethiopia to host Ghana in World Cup qualifier at South Africa. So that's it for the Chronicle newspaper.
The Daily Statesman is here. Obiamo indicts CSOs in botched referendum on MMDC's election. And Akufo-Addo assures level playing field in selecting next NPP flag bearer. Yesterday, the impression I got from the president's interview, when he was answering questions about who would succeed him, I mean, we don't have to take some of these things for granted. The fact that he constantly reiterates and gives the impression that he is leaving, his time is up, for someone else to come. It is the same thing we are seeing in other countries. That people's times are up and they don't
want to leave.
And anyway, so let's quickly speak to one gentleman who is on our line right away and get some few thoughts about that is Gilbert Boyfew. Boyfew. Forgive me, Gilbert. But good morning, Gilbert. How are you doing, sir?
Yeah, I'm doing good. And how are you too?
Hello. Good morning.
Yeah, good morning.
Okay. I hope you are doing well, sir.
But it's good. I'm doing well.
Okay. Thank you very much for speaking to us. The name is Gilbert Boyfew, right?
Yes.
And okay, you're the programs director for Parliamentary Network Africa, right? Hello?
Yeah, hello. Yeah,
okay, all right. Oh, good. Now, you are in Parliament, and over the past few, let's say a month or two, the national discussion has been around the LGBTQ plus bill and the process for the bill to be passed in Parliament. Can you give us your own your own assessment of how the discussions has gone in Parliament, and I mean what is happening there?
Well, thank you very much. I have to indicate that we are still officially looking at the parliamentary procedure process. Formal discussion on the bill has not started yet.
Okay.
So what we are hearing are unofficial discussions, like individuals granting interviews, groups granting interviews, and other related matters. But official discussion on the bill has not started.
Okay, okay.
So far, the bill was late, was referred to for time, and has been referred to the committee, the Constitutional Legal and Parliamentary Affairs Committee, to sit on it. So far, the committee has called for the public to submit memoranda.
We understand there are about 120 memoranda submitted already.
Well, that is also what we are thinking. There are a lot of memoranda that have been submitted. But like I'm saying, official discussion on the bill at the committee level is yet to start. So what we are getting now are individual expressing their views on the bill, either for or against.
Wow, very interesting. So now, if it happens like this, now memorandums are still coming in. We do not know whether, I mean, until the official discussions will start in Parliament, there will be more. But I mean, at this moment, I mean, what should we envisage? What do you think, or can you tell us? Because you are a parliamentary network group, can you tell us some of the processes that sometimes these things go through?
Well, so we are expecting that the committee would look at all the memorandums that we have received.
Okay.
The committee will look at the level of information that they have received by way of the memorandum. There are two possibilities that can play out. For the memorandums that are self-explanatory that the committee is looking at, there is no need of inviting the people that submitted the memorandum. Those people may not be invited. The committee also may decide to invite one or two people who submitted the memorandum to come and speak to their memorandum to the committee. After all this has been done, the committee itself will see and deliberate on the information that they have received. And one of the key things that the committee usually will do in their deliberation on all these issues, apart from the memorandum that they have received, the committee also has the power to invite other people that they think have the knowledge and expertise in the subject matter to assist the committee in their work. The committee will make reference to other constitutional provisions in their discussion of the issue before coming out with their report to plenary.
Wow. Wow. Okay. I'm very interested in where the committee invites others, like you said, who have enough and competent knowledge in the subject of discussion to also submit their views on some of these things. Very, very interesting. So once it comes to the plenary, then serious discussions, that's where the debate starts.
Yes, so that is where the actual discussion, where each member of parliament will have a say. Now, that the figure stated that there is the stage where the discussion will be mainly based on the objectives of the bill.
Okay.
And not actually the content of the bill. So I don't know whether you get a copy of the bill, but the bill comes with every bill comes with a memorandum.
Yes, please.
So the memorandum is talking about the objectives of the bill is trying to achieve. So there is a stage where at plenary the discussion will be just on the objective of the bill. The discussion will be limited to that.
Okay.
Then there will be another stage at plenary where discussion is going to be caused by clause. That is where usually the various clauses are subjected to scrutiny.
Oh, okay.
Don't forget that each member of parliament, through the process and throughout the lawmaking process, also has the right to submit amendments to the bill as it stands. So if I'm a member of parliament of country, and I think that I'm not comfortable with clause B or clause D, I can amendment and submit it to the committee. And so all these things get done. And so during the constitution stage, discussions are done. And all these things are put together that it shaped the kind of law that we eventually pass.
Hmm. So, if I understand you clearly, so there is a clear possibility that if, say, even the individual MP submits their own amendments, it is possible that after deliberations, some of these clauses may be done away with and be replaced with some of these amendments that has been suggested by the House, members of the House.
No, certainly. I mean, some of the clauses will change drastically.
Oh, okay.
Either for or against, depending on the arguments, the strong arguments that are put forward by members of parliament, or even through the consultation process, what the committee people that they think have the knowledge and to speak to the subject. So the bill as it is now may not necessarily be the same bill that gets passed.
Oh, okay. Wow.
There are going to be changes here and there.
Okay.
All that lies with the committee and plenary as what they deem fit.
Wow. Now, what I also want to find out is what then happens to the sponsors of the bill. Now, they sponsored the bill and they included such clauses or these portions in the bill specifically. If by after the debates, after discussions in the House, certain amendments are done and let's say the bill comes out or passed and the sponsors are still not happy with the changes that are in, is there any other window for them to contest it anywhere?
Well, fortunately, in this particular situation, the respondents to the bill themselves are members of parliament.
Okay.
So they have an opportunity to also air their views and also explain their stand and position. See, the thing is that the moment a particular bill is laid in parliament, it now becomes the property of parliament.
Okay.
It's no more like the people who are sponsoring you, they now have to, they can determine that no, don't touch this. No, they can touch it. No. It becomes the property of parliament. So the committee which is referred has the power and authority to deal with it as it deems fit. Then when it comes to plenary, they bring their report. Plenary will then either agree with them or disagree with them. Where they disagree with them on certain issues, they have to look at it and change it to reflect that.
Okay.
So like I said earlier, unfortunately, the spoilers of the bill themselves are members of the which they still have a say in what goes on. Like it doesn't mean that they have a total control what needed to be changed, what cannot be changed. It's all I see. I'm supporting the bill, so for this to touch it, don't touch it. No, they are not. They don't determine that.
Okay. Now, after it's passed and like you said, it becomes a property of parliament. The sponsors of the bill, some of them, like you rightly put it, are members of parliament. Other people are also part of it who are not necessarily members of parliament. Would they also have a say if they are not happy about anything after it has become a property of parliament?
Okay, so while the bill is in parliament, everyone who advocates to the committee, and that is why the committee will do some things. So if you have an issue and you think that this issue needed to be dealt with, you still write your committee.
Okay.
As you can also went through individual members' pilot
Okay.
when they do get to graduation stage.
Mm.
Because, like I said, that is the stage where each member of parliament has the opportunity to make an impact. So, if you think that, well, for me, it's +4, and I'm not comfortable for it, you can work with a member of parliament, any member of parliament, so, and ensure that the score reflects what you want.
Okay.
But don't forget that whereas you are not comfortable with your score, someone also is
Exactly.
someone to ensure that your score stays as it is. So it becomes a discussion based on facts, on figures, and what the general house actually thinks that in the interest of this country. And that is what gets discussed. So everyone, including yourself, has an opportunity to have an impact on what eventually impact like parliament. We just have to execute that opportunity through our various members of parliament and through the committee working with the now. At the moment it gets passed, and the president assents to it is law. You and I have nothing to do with it again. The only thing we can do is probably in a couple of years ask for its amendment.
Once it okay. That's once it becomes a law, we can't immediately touch it unless we allow some time to pass before we seek for amendment.
Well, it depends on what the manner and the way Parliament wants to be implemented.
Okay.
So, for instance, to give an example, the RTI law was passed. A whole 1 year was given before implementation commenced.
Okay.
There are others that provision is not made, which then means that if it gets passed by the president, it is taking effect.
It's taking effect. Okay.
So we don't know at the end of the day or package the order that will be placed on it. That I can't say for now.
Mr. Boyfield, we are grateful for your time and the insight you have given us as far as these discussions are concerned. In fact, now we are completely updated on what is happening there and what will happen, the processes it will go through, and even after that, what may come after. Thank you very, very much for, speaking.
And let me get into your platform for appealing to the general public. It shouldn't be only this law, but any law at all that is made in Parliament, I think very, very much. Most of the time, when we ask about what this law, it means that we are not taking interest in the work of Parliament. And so we are always taken by surprise with our part. Now we start complaining.
Okay.
The law is passed, it's too late for you to complain.
Yeah.
Fortunately, before even the bill is laid in Parliament, it is digested. Before the company starts their work, they also call for memoranda. It means that they are trying to ask the public to involve in the work. And in many cases, don't care. And we sit aside and they can complain why one law is so good, or why one law is passed.
Wow.
The moment it is passed and attempted to do, and I don't have it, we have to comply with it.
Sure.
So our opportunity to make an impact or contribution so that the kind of laws that are passed reflect our interest is to take keen interest in the processes in Parliament. At the time that the bill is in Parliament, that is the time that we have to show interest.
This is an interesting education. Thank you, Mr. Boyfield, and thank you, Parliamentary Network Africa, for giving us this education. All the best, sir.
Thank you.
All right, okay. That was Mr. Gilbert Boyfield. He is the programs director for the Parliamentary Network Africa, giving us some education. He said that if you have any interest in any law before it is passed, kindly make your input. You can make your input either through a memoranda or through an MP, somebody. And at the end of the day, the law passed will reflect your views, what you really relate to or you easily relate to. Other than that, once it is passed as law, me and you, we are done.
Now the question there also was, how many Ghanaians really know that they can?
That is why they are using this platform to put it out. We are always, or we have that opportunity to do that. So let us not just sit idle and complain about the laws. Let's make input, and then we can all be happy. Now, quickly, it says NPP exposes OT chief with Akufo-Addo's unmatched record. Let me keep quiet. And energy sector witnessing efficient management. ECOWAS female parliamentarian speak courtesy call on First Lady, the citizen of the protection of the public affairs of the final part. NLA relaunches Caritas Lottery platform.
Yeah.
I'll go and transform. And the Guta president reveals new terms reached for Nigerian participation in retail trade. Let's go to, I've seen Tiwa Savage sex tape scandal will affect endorsement deals. PR respect. Okay. Unity prevails between Lil Wayne and Funny Face at Kanisi District Court. Shatawale didn't measure how far the Hoax shooting incident will go. And in sports, Anthony Joshua, Britain trains with Mike Tyson, former coach in America. And Ronaldo caps stunning Man United fighting against Atlanta. That's it for the daily statement.
Of course, I think we are done with it, but we cannot end without giving you the Bible quote from the Chronicles, and this time it's coming from Job chapter 22, verse 21. It says, submit to God and be at peace with him. In this way, prosperity will come to you. So with that, we say that's the final statement. We nail it on the head for the newspaper headlines. We'll be back after this short break to have a discussion with our panel, political panel. So we'll be right back. Stay tuned.
Welcome aboard the safest airline in Africa. With industry-leading safety measures to protect your well-being. The first in Africa to earn a diamond standard of safety. Offering a more contactless, safe, and seamless experience. Delivered with a smile by Africa's first fully vaccinated crew. Creating special memories that bring the joy back to flying, so you can continue making memories with your loved ones. Book your flight with RwandAir today. RwandAir, the safest airline in Africa.
RwandAir, fly the dream of Africa.
CB will make up now. I'm correct. What's your best mankasa? That's it. Oh, middle. You captures back on CB men capsules. You see, CB men capsules in America.
Yeah, you see men and women's capsules now. You name the dada. And 1 year packaging I have.
Wow! What a packaging! CB men, any CB women capsules, no packaging is out. And you also no mood any biansan wako do pegi.
Share up him for any about town man kwada no for. Any kwada go di fie do ye. En ka ho.
Susanna. Ghana man man tamase.
Dodo Afre 0247 111671 and 0246 578 750.
FDA aje edwedin kato yato.
Breast cancer is very scary and all, but for some reason, a lot of women think that it could never happen to them. October is here again. It's Breast Cancer Awareness Month. We've come to know that breast cancer is the one cancer that's killing more women than any other cancer in women. This means that all of us need to be concerned and all of us need to take the requisite steps to ensure that we get screened, know whether or not we have anything to be concerned about, and most importantly, know that there is a cure. Breast cancer can be treated and is best when it's detected early. So take advantage of this Breast Cancer Awareness Month and go and get screened. There's free screening available. If you go to Sonotech in Accra, at their branches at the West Hills Mall in Tema or Osu, you can get your screening done for absolutely no fee at all. Also, if you'd like to do a mammogram or an ultrasound, you get it as a good discount during the month of October. It's time for all of us to get tested. Let us get screened. Let us know whether or not we have anything to be concerned about. And most importantly, let us know that if you do have any signs of breast cancer, the earlier it's detected, the better it is for you, your family, and your loved ones. This year, I'm happy to partner with Sonotech during the Breast Cancer Awareness Month to get more and more women interested in taking steps to know whether or not we have anything to be concerned about. Stay safe and get screened. My name is Na Shoko. I'm a broadcaster.
Asatek so we kunini roofing industry nim enti so we roofing na wadwe na Asatek. Asatek wo quality long span roofing sheet esan nail free try say ehia so we da doabo mu na so etim wodan no so a pampe amframa and ehum entumi nya no hwe. Asatek quality long span roofing sheets with beautiful bright colors with anti-fading and anti-rusting properties. Try say every na ache na empanso enti wo ma 30-year warranty. Terms and conditions apply. Asatek quality long span roofing sheet dear. Eye madan bia say a warehouse, school, hotel, hospital, sorry, ana say a wawufi. Use Asatek quality nail free long span roofing sheet no be. Na wo dan do be gina so na yi ho. Your delivery services papa bia emfa honde for akwan wo Asatek bema wo saka order between 3 and 5 working days. Wo VIP delivery services so a 1 day pe na wo saka. Hwehwe Asatek achi kwan Watermark 22 Meridian Road woni Cocoa Board warehouse na ben Takrade Efiekuma number 9 wo ben Efiekuma Fidelity Bank no Voter region so wo wakache Tatome GN Bank enchen hope. Asatek, sheltering you for life.
Hello everyone, my name is Amalindate, a proud ambassador for Sonotech's Breast Cancer Awareness Month. It's hashtag Pinktober, hashtag Sonotech Goes Pink. Now from the 1st October to the 31st of October 2021, at any of the 3 branches of Sonotech, Tema, Osu and West Hills Malls, we are gathering together to get free screening. Yes, I said it's free. And that's not all we have for you. We also have 20% off mammogram testing and 50% off ultrasound. Let's go pink from October the 1st to the 31st, 2021 at Osu, Tema, and West Hills Mall, all Sonotech branches. We are giving hope to save a life. See you there.
It's AM Ghana here on Adoatv, and welcome you to another segment here. We are going to look at some issues, and I'm going to be doing this with my two honorable gentlemen and a lady here. Now, if you scan through our history as a country, I mean, from the 70s, 60s up to today, you hear some popular names that used to exist, and I'm talking about factories, industries, if you like. Very recently, I think a colleague journalist was somewhere in the Adan area, and there was this textile manufacturing company or something like that. In fact, they even had a football club. And those times, all these companies, some of them had football clubs, and they would sponsor the football clubs. Now it is not like that anymore. So there were names. I'm going to mention some of the names to you as we go on, but I'm going to have this discussion with our own Madam Frida Ajiman. Frida Ajiman Sapon. She speaks for the NPP, and of course Adama Malik. Mr. Adama Malik speaks for the NDC. Now, in those past years that I'm talking about, there were names like Gayhawk Footwear Company. Somewhere in the 1960s, it was established. Bolgatanga Rice Factory. Yes, it was also there. There are some Zuanrugu Meat Factory, and all these factories, and in fact, a lot more of them were established during those times. Now, logically or reasonably, you would think that, these factories should continue in operation for us to even benefit from it today. Unfortunately, it is not so, and it is not so it hasn't been so for a long time. And we have complained to government after government. Some of them have tried to revive some of them. Some of them didn't really pay attention to a lot of them. And so today we are going to have a discussion on what to do. There is a very high rate of unemployment in our country. Over the past few months, we have had discussions, several ones, about unemployment. Whether we like it or not, these factories, whether revived or built new ones, will definitely take out some of the numbers of unemployment of the list that we normally talk about. And so, why haven't we done that in a long while? Whose responsibility is this to do that? We're talking about the Kumasi Shoe Factory that was established also somewhere in the 60s and the 70s. Who is supposed to do this for us? So we are asking ourselves, we are asking you. Our political reps are here to take us through that beautiful discussion. Good morning, gentlemen and lady.
Yeah, good morning, sir.
Good morning. How are you doing, Adama? Let me start with you, Adama. How are you doing? How is the NDC doing as well?
So far so good. We are doing well. And how are you too?
Oh, when I see you guys come around, I become very, very excited because we have some good discussions. And Madam Frida, the last time I was watching you on one of the networks, and I was like, hey, Madam Frida.
Really?
Yes.
For God and country.
How's the NPP doing?
Oh, we are doing very well. We are on course, and we are working hard to break the 8 as usual.
Okay.
We believe that Ghanaians will look at the good works of NPP come 2024 and then vote for us once again.
Ghanaians are, I'm a Ghanaian, so I will put myself. Ghanaians are not happy, with some of these are old factories that we could not revive. Yet we are not building plenty new ones. We are building some. This president, of course, is a fact. We cannot take that away from this government. That when they came in, we have seen one district, one factory. At least from the month of May, I've seen the president inaugurate a few factories, either existing ones that have been expanded or that has been given a lot of capacity, or some few new ones. But we still need more.
Yes, it's true, we need more. Before I say anything, I want to greet the good people, the good viewers of Adoatv. My party leadership, Adenta, and then to one of my patients who is burying the mother this weekend, Sandra Ofori Atta. I'm wishing her all my condolences. We'll be there to support her. So Sandra, be strong. It is well. You know, this thing is a national issue. So I will not bring in any political sentiment in it. You know how I do my things when it comes to national issues. So I try as much as possible not to talk, as our president said, as a citizen. It is true that at least some of us didn't meet
some of these factories.
Some of these factories are former head of state Nkrumah. But then history has told us a lot. Factories that from the colonial days to Nkrumah's time, at least we know that Nkrumah engineered the construction of the motorway and other factories. So the textile factories and the shoe factories. So it's true that we had a lot of factories. Unfortunately, as time went on, these factories started experiencing decline. In fact, when I'm in town, driving around town, walking around town, and I see these stores being built, now it's all about stores. The question I ask myself is that when are we going into production, so that all these things will be, so because we keep importing from other countries, we are giving all the monies to the Chinese, the US, and the Turkey, and it's really affecting us. And if any country will grow, will strive in, it will be on industrialization. That is why NPP, we stand for industrialization, private sector development, private sector participation. People say, or we keep saying that these days business is no good, especially those buying and selling. People are not buying. But I believe very well that we are really buying. People are just that the people selling have become a lot. You look on our streets. Let me take you to just last year. You could see that on the stretch of streets, you see like 2-3 containers, but now go and you see more than 10 containers, and the people are selling the same things, and we are selling to the same people. So take it that we are not buying. People are really buying, but it is not reflecting in our economy. In fact, my problem over the years, or as a student, as ex-President Mahama would say, as a sixth form economics student, I did economics in sixth form, so economic students, if, as I said, that if any country will strive, it will strive and grow on industrialization. But what I've realized personally is our ability to hire and fire, which have affected our country. It looks as if every industry CEOs and heads are all political appointments. So it becomes difficult when you put your friend in a position, your friend messes up, and then you have to hire or fire your friend. It's become very, very difficult. So that is one of our problems as a person. But if we are able to hire and fire, then anybody, the second person coming, will realize that no, Frida came in, he messed up, and then he was fired by whoever appointed him. So that person will set up and work well. But look, I say that over the years, it has become a problem. Secondly, it looks as if getting financial support, the individual getting financial support in our country. We all know that the Chinese gets financial support with lower interest rates. Thanks to God that now our interest rates are coming down. But I'll say that it is still up considering the rate at which the economy is. If we are praying for a time that our interest rates will come to a single digit, that everybody can access this funds so that it will boost our, it will help us put money into our economies, and then we will be up and doing. Also, we all import raw materials. At least I've been in the textile industry for some time, and I know that gone are the days when our cotton for the end product, the cloth, were being manufactured in the country. And New Printect was doing that some time back. But they are unable to do it. What is the reason? The reason is that if you import these fabrics, or what do you call it? I've forgotten. I was in charge of foreign purchases from when I was in Printex, so I know these. The calico, yes, calico that we use for our final product, the cloth. Importing them, you know, if you import them, you pay taxes. I told you I've been there before, so I know the amount of money that printers put in taxes to get these calico down at the country. So if governments can even waive off the taxes, because whether we like it or not, almost all our raw materials are being imported.
You mentioned something about seeing stores plenty. A lot of people selling. Now we have had factories that have collapsed. You have also mentioned about the fact that any viable economy would thrive on industrialization, production. These are factories that produces. If it is a shoe factory, they are producing shoes. If it's a tomato factory, they are making paste out of the raw material tomatoes that we have. If it is a meat factory, they are processing meat. So these are production factories. They don't just employ people. They produce for our local consumption. And or to a certain extent, we export. You understand? And this expands our economy. There is non-employment. And there's a problem that you have just enumerated. Why haven't you revived all these factories for some of these simple problems that we have to be solved? Because when you build a factory, you are feeding Ghana, you are feeding us with the produce that comes out of the factory. For instance, the Kumfi juice factory is giving us pineapple juice and whatever juice to feed us ourselves. Then we are employing again. So the factory serves so many purposes. You employ, you feed us with the same thing. Why are we not doing that? Reviving these factories to come and serve some of these purposes.
You see, I was enumerating the problems but when we look at this current administration, that is the essence of the one district, one factory.
Okay.
You know, one district, one factory, as you have said, is to employ and then to
feed,
feed Ghana, give us Ghana the revenue that we need. I believe that's why I said I'll try as much as possible not to be good. But we all know what the president has done when it comes to industrialization. That is the reason why I think this week when students at UPSA, our minister was
speaking to them.
It looks as if we are so much into the buying and selling, but this is the time that we are being encouraged to go into our own businesses of manufacturing. That is why this Obatampa Fund is there.
I'll come to that particular point. I'm very interested in that. But let me let Adams come in so that you can come in again. Adams, I don't want to. It is obvious because I don't want to ask whose fault is it.
Yeah.
It's obvious. At the end of the day, we pay taxes to a government. Government in, government out. Government in, government out. We have not prioritized the industrialization and the production agenda. That is why our factories are dying. The factories are unfortunately dying, but these are the solutions to our problems, or some parts of our problems. Why are we here?
Thank you very much. Anyway, the name is Adama.
Adama.
Yes,
Sorry,
Malik
sorry,
Adama.
Adama.
That's the name.
Sorry for
Let me first say good morning to our viewers, yourself, and my colleague here. You are right. Factories employ a lot of unemployment, especially the new graduates, as you said. And the few factories that we have has employed a lot of people, which is fact. So the collapsed factories, moving forward, it should have been revived.
Especially, for instance, the former president started the Commander Sugar Factory.
Yes.
That is aimed at employing and feeding, getting revenue. But
I'll get it. You see, the former president's idea was to reduce the importation of rice and sugar. You know what consumes our currency? It's number 1 rice, 2 sugar, and then 3 oil. So he was trying to minimize the rate at which our currency will be escalating just because of the importation. So he did a lot at the Volta region by promoting or funding for this rice, rice farming excessively, and then intended to construct this factory or expand this factory in a manner that it will also produce sugar, so that the importation of sugar will be minimized. And if it's minimized, that means our currency might be stabilized. Yes, that is the essence of these two things. But you see, factories, I think, as we earlier said, employs a lot of people. So let me just go in by this Commander Sugar Factory. At least we were somewhere when the MPP government came. You could have continued from wherever we left. Even if it's NDC government who left it, I believe some of the NDC people who are objective will also complain that you should have continued from wherever it was left. The factory was completed, was tested, and if there are challenges with even the raw materials, you look for the way out to work on the raw materials so that the factory can successfully work. If it works, it will employ a lot of people. That is one. Another factory is that, you know, this 1D, 1F, though we've heard few of them, but the quantum, they may employ, but how many people will it employ? Because the quantum are minimal, unlike the big factories that we are talking about. So if this is a step, and also what Frida spoke about, the textiles industry, I always talk about the textiles, for instance. You know, what's the name? TTL or ATL, whatever,
ATL.
they are quality.
Yeah.
GTP, they are very quality.
Printex.
Yes, but when you compare their cost to the imported ones are a little cheaper than those ones. They are a little cheaper. And you can't convince someone that he should buy that one, which is expensive, than the imported one.
They don't even have the money.
That is another thing. You get it? So I always tell people that then they should look at how best they can minimize the cost and make small profit so that it will move, rather than you want to put a big profit on it and then it will not move at all.
But are they even making profit? I mean,
because it's not moving. You don't make profit because it's not moving.
So they don't really have big profit margins.
That is it.
As we may even think. Anyway, it's all production costs.
Anyway, so that is how I always think about this production and most of the Ghana-made products. Some of them, when you compare to the imported ones, you realize that the imported ones are cheaper than those ones. So people are compelled to buy the imported ones. If we should bring it down, let me cite this example. Look at Dangote. He brought the cement in Ghana and dropped the cement by 27 cedis. Then Ghana was 33 cedis. So quickly, Ghanaians dropped their cement also to the 27 cedis. You see, he didn't think of the quantum of profit that he will get. But look at where he brings the cement from. He brings them from far Nigeria to Ghana and still drops it. But Ghanaians wanted to make big profit. So in that case, people don't go for it. So I think some of the factories that are collapsing now, we should really look at them. Again, why are they collapsing? Is it because of the cost, one? And then two, is it because maybe administration why it is not being managed well? If it's not being managed well, then fire the person and employ a new person. If it's also not managing well, fire, keep on firing. You will one day get a good. If you fire one or two, the third person might be careful, might be steady, because the third person automatically will know that if he or she did not perform, he will also be fired.
Let me ask you this question again. Is it also an issue of the kind of leaders we have chosen over time not paying attention? I mean, they are not industrialization oriented. Is it
Yes, it's one. And another issue is that some of them will look at it from this angle, that they were in existence and they collapsed. And then they will speak with their executives in cabinet. And some of them will say, this thing has been in existence. It couldn't succeed. So we are just going to pump money in it, and it will be a waste. Just because a lot, even the first NDC attempted reviving the textile industry. But at the end of the day, look at the state of it today. You see, what is the problem? Is it that, as I said, the cost? Even when you realize that was the time they were going around even seizing some of the imported textiles that are that looks like that looks like the local one or the photocopied ones. So we ask question, what is bringing all this thing? But I relate it to the cost. Honestly, I look at it.
But don't you think it's all about leadership? Because, like you said,
yes, but they worked on it and it failed. Let me say so.
Then they
it failed just because they worked on it. I use the word it failed because, as we are speaking now, it has not succeeded. So if something has not succeeded, it didn't work. So you look at it in that manner. But I think any leader can also look at it how we looked at it earlier, and then add another style of it again. Let's drop it down so that everybody can afford it.
Okay.
So when we drop it, everybody can afford it. Fine. Let's look at Tor. You know, I realized Tor is not working. Working such as crude is not being it's not being manufactured. Crude oil is not being boiled at the top. They bring the finishing material. Another way to give our people employment is that we can bring the raw materials. When you bring the raw material, at least working on the raw materials need some employment, or it will generate employment. And then when it generates employment, people have gained some job doing, so that the raw material, rather, after refinery, when the raw materials comes, then we use it. But if we import the raw materials, then we are not giving job to our people.
Let me come to you. Frida, have you suffered from leadership crisis in these years, government in, government out, that are not industrialized or industrialization oriented or production oriented? So we are all mindful of the economy. We all sing the economy song, robust economy, this economy. But certain things that would really put the economy on track, we have never done that.
You know, Sammy, if you say we are not industrialization oriented, I would disagree with you to some extent. Because, sorry, we know President Akufo-Addo, when what he has done since NPP came into power, it is because he knows that the country or citizens will do well when the country is industrialized. So, to some extent, this current administration is doing very well. And you know, I'll mention again the one district, one factory. But I think personally, our problem is our ability to hire and fire. Because if I mess up and I know I can't be fired, I'll continue to mess up.
You mean the people who are
these CEOs, MDs,
these industries,
exactly.
And why is it that collapsed?
Thank you. Why is it that the same person handling government institution messes up? But when he goes into private business,
they do well.
They do well. It is because we have taken our nation's property for granted. You know, as a student, I worked with Tema Shipyard and Dry Dock. At that time, it was wholly Ghanaian owned. And even though I was doing my industrial attachment there, I mean, I would say that we were really enjoying, because whatever that was given to the staff, at least students also enjoyed some. At that time, I think Naval Captain Usu Ansan was the CEO. And everything was going on until Ghana decided, I won't mention any because I said I'm being nationalistic, until Ghana decided to sell this profit-oriented, and you know, shipyard was either the second largest in Africa after South Africa, and then first in West Africa. Why would you privatize such a promising industry? But at times, we put politics into everything. We all want, what we get is what we think of. Because after selling Dry Dock to Malaysians, then our who started.
We have sold a lot of our industry in the past.
Now Gapoha, I don't know as at now, but sometime I realized I heard Gapoha wanted to handle Dry Dock. My brother mentioned my oil refinery. As a student, I did my industrial attachment there. At that time, I was into procurement and supply. I did. And when you go to TOR, as part of your orientation, the training session will take you, we do that, and we know that what we get from the byproduct from refining the crude oil is what we use as gas for domestic use. Why won't our gas prices go up when we have failed to refine crude oil? What is happening? And it's not now that the problem is started. It has been there for long. Is it that the top management are not doing what is expected of them?
I was asking
so, you know,
leadership.
you go to offices, and the offices are abandoned. For me, I go to offices and always quarrel. Because I expect you to do what you would have done in your private businesses in the government institution. So for my issue is our ability to hire and fire. If we would take appointment from our presidents, and that every institution, CEO, every position should be, what do you call it? Should be advertised, so that we all apply. If you apply, then you do. But if I know I'm going to be appointed, then I'll definitely do.
So per this analogy you are giving, are you? Let me ask this question. That part of the problem has also been that by appointment we have not perhaps done well in appointing the experts in these fields, but rather because it is a political appointment. I mean, I become president. You played an instrumental role in me becoming the president. So even though you have a procurement background, you have, let's say, an economics background, I just say that go and supervise something that has to do with education. You go there and then it doesn't really work well.
For me, I don't think, I think you are talking about round square pegs in round holes.
Yeah.
But if you have been asked to head an institution which is not even part of your profession, you need to learn. It's about management. You are not doing it alone. What are your various departments doing to help the business grow? So it's not about even square pegs in round holes. It's about you, the person as the leader. What are you doing to bring your institution up? And then you talked about taxes. We talked about taxes. I think it's high time that products being manufactured in Ghana be given a boost, and the same product being imported, I think we have to raise the taxes to some level so that it will discourage people from importing. I told you I've been in Printex. Now, my brother even mentioned it. The current clothes in town, the high targets and those things, are cheaper. If they are cheaper, why won't people go in and import than going to Printex and buy? So I think we have to look at taxation too. The things that we need to tax heavily to discourage importation, and the things that are being manufactured in the country that we can even give. China has done it, and they have been successful. We can even give them free, tax-free. Yes, tax-free. So free tax holidays to go on and then.
Let Adama come in. Adama, do you think that government in government are also not made? In fact, you see, whenever we are talking about industrialization, we are looking at government and the private sector, because government does their bit. They also create opportunities, or create a very, very enabling environment for private sector to also grow in there. Have as a successive government been able to do that? That even if so, like President Kufuor is doing one district, one factory. He is doing one district, one factory now. So that's government. Then, if he could not do one district, one factory, he says, you know what, me, I can't do it. But let me, like, we are talking about tax holidays and blah, 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 and blah, blah, blah. Let me allow these, or let me take off these impediments in the way of the private sector so that they can easily come and start building whatever they want to build. And at the end of the day, have you been able to do that as a government?
Thank you. I think the one district, one factory wouldn't be the solution. And it's a slogan here. Just because, sincerely speaking,
employing people.
I'm coming. Sincerely speaking, successful governments have also built a factory, have added up to the existing factories. A Tuabo gas plant was constructed under the NDs, which employs a lot of the highest ever investment in the history of this Fourth Republic, $1.5 billion, which employs a lot of people and all manner of skills, all angles of skills. And there are a lot of companies that were supported, expanded. But you see, every government and his priority and how he wants to name them. Unlike you name them 1D, 1F. Somebody wouldn't even put a name to it. He knows that it is a responsibility. So I'm either expanding the existing companies or helping to put up new ones because it is a responsibility as a government to do. But what we are talking now is that there are some existing ones which are not working. When they are revived, it will help a lot. It will add up to the unemployment, to reduce the unemployment. You know the shoe factory at Kumasi? It has been there since. And the former government was trying to revive it. And I think it produced some shoes for the army and some few shoes for the
recently another shoe factory was there.
That is also good. Few for school children. I think we should have continued. I think if we continued with that one, it could have also at least add up to reduce the number of the unemployment by some few percentage, not necessarily big. There might be other factories too which were not proceed or did not continue, which could have also helped. So at the end of the day, those factories that are not working now, when government looked at them, it will minimize the unemployment rate, which are there. There are a lot of them which are not working. Even the textile industry we mentioned, it's not only the, what's the name, the Tema one that you mentioned. We have the Akosombo one too.
But why are we? Okay,
I just mentioned it because that is what came in mind. We have them which is also there. And we have the meat factory at the Upper East.
There are a lot of them.
Yes, we can look at that one too. And the reason for citing that new meat factory in Upper East is that getting this livestock there is easier as compared to this south. Getting tomatoes at that place too is easier as here. So I think all those factories if we should look at them, they will reduce the rate of unemployment. So government should look at those factories and revive them. When you revive them, they will add employment to the existing employment that we have, and it will reduce unemployment. So we should look at those ones. They will add a lot. So I think there are existing factories that when we work on, it will ease some of this.
Frida, why are we building new ones? Whilst we could easily revive the old ones and then, or perhaps even do the two. I mean, it's possible.
Thank you. I was coming to that. We need to move forward. So coming up with new
okay, I have to say that building new ones is not a bad.
It's not a bad.
I mean, it's nothing bad.
It's nothing bad, but I believe that government in, government out, look for strategic partners for
in order to revive the economy.
Revive our industries. My problem is that it looks as if Ghanaians are not really interested in those factories. We keep getting foreigners coming in.
Because,
and if Ghanaians would be interested, it will depend on
the capital and everything.
Yes,
the capacity
exactly. That's what. If Ghanaians would be interested, it will depend on the financial capability of the person. It will depend on the measures or in acquiring those things. If the measures are too stiff for Ghanaians to meet it, it will be
difficult for them to come in.
It will be difficult for them to come in.
You mentioned in your earlier submission about the
interest rates.
The finance minister's speech to the UPSA student, where he says, or he encourages people to venture into entrepreneurship and blah blah blah. Now, stories we got, I think after the next day, I mean, people who have tried to assess some of the government support, and mind you, it was not even exclusive to, or it's not even exclusive to this government alone.
Yeah.
I mean, someone sent us their own stories, different stories, under different governments, where young people, young graduates have tried to enter into these areas, and they have been suppressed. Like they have been frustrated to either let their investors go away, or even their own plans that are supposed to come in and help solve some unemployment, feed us, blah blah blah. I've also been frustrated to the extent that they just have to leave it.
Sammy, I was coming to that. You know, in China, a friend of mine who has stayed in China before told me that when you are given a loan to undertake a business and it fails, you are not prosecuted. You are called and asked why you failed.
Okay.
And if it was because of any policy or government policy that the reason was as a result of any government policy that was not favorable to you, you are given additional money. You are giving somebody to mentor and supervise your operations. So why can't we, as a nation, copy from them?
Okay.
We always need to copy from, other people who have succeeded. You understand? So I will always say, measures. Sitting here, I'm also an entrepreneur. I want to join it with what's happened at UPSA. It's unfortunate for me. It's very, very unfortunate that people are misinterpreting what our finance minister said. Growing up, I told myself that I will not work for anybody. To God be the glory. I'm working for myself. And this is, you know what, this is not my first business that I tried to set up. About 20 years ago, when internet cafes started coming and other things, that was the time I was doing my attachment at Tamo Refinery. And I had a father who had a shop at the Committee 18 or so when they were building those stores in Afrida. I've realized that you are very hardworking. I have a shop here. What can you do there? Immediately, I mobilized myself. Then, with the internet cafe coming, I got some two home use laptops and desktop
computers.
I hired somebody who was doing desktop publishing. I got somebody that time. batik, tie and dye. I got a tailor. I'll buy the fabric for the tailor, and then he will. Unfortunately, that one collapsed. I went into supply of medical disposables. You know, we need to, that is the advice that our minister was giving to the students, was a step in the right direction. You know, I went into supply of, you know how I got into supply of medical disposables?
But there are problems.
No.
I mean, you advise us. We have heard advice. I mean, and it's a good thing.
There are problems, but now people are saying that government said he will employ and now he's pushing everything. But I'm telling you, and now we need to, today we are here talking about private sector, talking about industrializing our country.
That's
you
actually
understand?
a fact. That's
and
actually
now,
a fact. But then, I mean, if we cannot, I mean, sail through the many impediments putting in the way of people who wants to set up private business and employ their own colleagues, that becomes
you raise issue, you raise problems, and then you give the solution. So you hold on. And our minister talked about assessing funds. He mentioned about Tampa, GEA, former NBSSI, and other things. But we are coming to the assessing the funds. How easy is it for us to assess the funds? Do we even know where to go to get these about Tampa funds? So these are some of the measures that are the leadership of the country should put in place.
Okay.
It is very difficult. We always say that when the foreigners come and they want permit to do something, we give them. But for me, it's an unfortunate truth. It's an unfortunate truth.
One guy said that he went to assess some of these things, and then the requirement, you are supposed to get an endorsement from your MC or DC or whatever it is, and then when he went, the person told him then he has to be part of the company before he can.
Can you imagine? Meanwhile, you have your position
already.
You are an MCE.
The payroll that is
as an MCE, no, you know what? I always ask myself why political leaders don't do business. If I'm an MCE, I will still do business, but I'll make sure and have conflict of interest in mind. I'm running my business. Does it mean when I become an MC, I should stop running my business and make sure I do the right thing?
If I understand you, you want government to check these channels.
Oh yes, these channels to be checked. As I sit here,
so that things becomes easy for.
As I sit here, I also want to assess a fund, and I'm also having it. So it is. That's why I said it's an unfortunate truth. Okay. It is really happening. So what our leaders should do, we should open up. Make funds available for people who want to go into. Ghanaians are doing well out there, and we can do it. Okay. We need to discipline ourselves as individuals. Ghanaians are not disciplined when it comes to businesses. You know, you go to somebody's office, and then as you are talking to the person, he's on the phone. You go to somebody's office, the person is so rude. Maybe because the boss is not there. But if it happened to be his or her own business, he wouldn't have done that.
Do you agree with the fact that she says it's an unfortunate truth that even this private sector things that we are speaking about, privatization, increasing their stakes, giving them necessary support, we have not done well with it.
That is true. We've not done well with it.
And it is not exclusive to current government.
Different governments have that is successful governments, not peculiar to a particular government. And you see, our interest rate too is the biggest problem. America and Co, their interest rate is about 8%, 1%, 1.5%.
You go to our banks, and once they tell you carry your bag and go home.
It happened to me.
I've also noticed something. Some time ago, it's quite different from now. Now, Ghanaians wouldn't behave like before. When you put maybe a company or a job to manage, I believe they will manage it well. Because I'm looking at the few companies that we have in the name of this country, some of them. And I'll still mention the Adoatv gas plant, which is being managed by full Ghanaians. And I'll still mention the cylinder manufacturing on Spinters Road, which is being managed by Ghanaian. I will mention Akosombo, which is also being handled by Ghanaian, and I'll mention some of our energy plants and the whole energy sector is being managed by fully Ghanaians, and they are doing extremely well. So I think it is not as before. Things have changed, even if not fully correct, things have changed. So those factories should come on board, and believe me, Ghanaians will manage it. And as both of us said, if somebody is misbehaving, oh yes, that's how come I cited the examples.
You know the current Auditor General report captured a lot of mismanagement.
And then they should be fired.
They
should be refined and fired. Yes. Close. They should be refined and fired. And we should stay away from prosecution of public leaders. It's also danger. Else it will get to a time we won't get anybody to manage our. You know, as Frida said, you may go with, you will not may, you will go with a good intention. But along the line, you might take a policy that wouldn't favor, or that policy will cause a financial loss. It doesn't mean you are doomed. Your own business, sometimes you try severally before it succeeds. You see, Frida tried a business somewhere in Lashibi Committee 18. But Frida, you are lucky you had the resources to try. Somebody wouldn't have the resources at all and wouldn't have the channel that he or she will pass through to access such a resources. So creating avenue, as we said, is very, very important, and reducing the interest rate drastically. That is what, do you know, even in Ghana, Senegal, do you know their interest rate? Senegal.
That's Africa.
In Africa, it's less than 5%. Senegal is less than 5%. So they take loan anyhow, less than 5%. Ghana, how much are we taking now? Before they finish 16%. Everything, that is the base rate. But before they will add allowance, whatever, they will be moving 22, 23, 24. Yeah. But the base rate is the 16. But they will add whatever, you end up 23, 24. And imagine taking, let's say, 10,000 just to put up something small. And by 1 year, you are paying about 2,500 on the 10,000. Then what will you make? You can't do anything. So at least our leaders should look at these things for us.
You know, Sammy, yes, Sammy, it looks as if we are putting everything at the doorstep of leadership. Because Ghanaians have we also have a problem.
But, okay, go Frida, ahead. Give me 30 seconds, I beg you. You see, why we put all problems on leadership is that, let's look at even this blaster. We had successive coaches with the same team. We had even CK with the same team. When Milo came with the same team, there was a changes. So it was a leadership, supervision, what you want to do, the tactics you want to use. So it's about you.
Okay.
That is my understanding. Leadership turn around everything.
But me too, I have a different perception about football.
Okay.
You understand?
Okay.
You know, Milo has come. CK was there.
Yes.
They thought, and how much was CK being given?
25,000.
How much is no. How much is Milo being given?
30,000.
Thank you.
5 difference. And you accepted it.
He was being. He said, not if you are doing something for your country.
But PCAPIA was taking 35,000.
No, if you want to go, there are certain things that we can't say in public. We hear things. You know, we hear things.
Yes, but
you hear things. But if you give more respect to the foreigner, he would definitely excel than the Ghanaian So you know, let's go because I'm also a football fan.
That is true.
You know, I'm a sports fan.
I agree with you when you say more respect. I mean, if you give more respect, and respect is not just financial. I mean, CK was not giving certain respect. I mean, different
and certain opportunities.
That is very true.
There are certain things that they told, I believe. They told CK that they can never tell.
No. It's not as if you believe it was there.
No, me, I have not heard it.
No, me, I know it.
You understand? And how do you expect him to perform?
Resign.
You can't resign.
No,
because you have your nation at heart. Mind you, he was a footballer.
I would just resign. It's better than sacking.
That is it. Me, I would have resigned.
I would resign because I cannot
but let's go to. I was saying Ghanaians too. We need to work. You know, You know, it's very difficult to partner a Ghanaian for business. It is very difficult, my brother. You will set up your own business. I'll call him to come and join. By the time you realize he is even siphoning money to something, so we have a very big problem. I have tried it. You come into partnership with somebody. I encourage somebody to go into because when they started, they were doing well, and I said, then leave your company and go and join.
You have just 2 minutes.
You know what? Then the partner that he brought, one way or the other, was able to open an account at a different bank and diverting checks to that bank. So as a people, we are also not trustworthy. We are not honest when it comes to business. So once every coin has two sides, once we are holding the government, we should hold ourselves also into check. We go out there to people's offices and then we go out and eat. For me, if I come to you, I know I quarrel a lot. When I come, your boss is not there and you are misbehaving, I'll ask you for your boss's number and report to you because you don't know how it takes or what it takes to build a company. You understand?
Agree.
Government has honors. Moving forward, we all know that companies have collapsed. We all know that government wants to revive them. If there is even a website that we Ghanaians can know these companies that need to be revived, then we hand in hand with government. Then measures have to be relaxed. Funds have to be interest rates on funds should be
government has to come close to the people.
Close to the people. For me, if I get some time ago, I heard that one of these tourist centers they didn't have a restaurant there. I wanted to go in there and do it. How are we? Not now, then, but I couldn't get anybody to. So we need the onus lies on both leadership and then the citizens
as well. Okay, thank you, Auntie Frida.
Most of them lies on leadership. You start, you discipline your policy,
and then people will see it.
People will see it.
60-40, right?
Thank you very much.
Not 60-40. It's about 85-15.
Thank you very much.
True.
No,
thank you very much, Frida
how
and Adama, for coming around. We are looking at
in abroad, outside this country, just because of their policies and discipline.
And
so when we go, we follow it. So let's bring the same thing here.
Exactly. We will have more time to discuss this. Thank you very much. There is more that Reginald Ade would give you right after this segment. I mentioned earlier that if you have not, or if you know nothing about our culture, today we are going to talk about the Art Center. There's a lot of cultural heritage there that you want to know about. So kindly stick and stay. Reginald Ade will continue with a lot more for you here. Bye-bye.
Welcome aboard the safest airline in Africa. With industry-leading safety measures to protect your well-being. The first in Africa to earn a diamond standard of safety. Offering a more contactless, safe, and seamless experience. Delivered with a smile by Africa's first fully vaccinated crew. Creating special memories that bring the joy back to flying, so you can continue making memories with your loved ones. Book your flight with RwandAir today. RwandAir, the safest airline in Africa.
RwandAir, fly the dream of Africa.
CB women capsules now. I'm correct. Why your best mankasa?
That's it.
Who anymore? Oh, middle. You capsules about one CB men capsules. Me see CB men capsules in America.
Yeah, you see men and women's capsules now. You knew the dada. And one year packaging I had the
Wow! What a packaging! CB men, any CB women capsules, no packaging is out. And you also no mood any be answer what could be peggy.
Share a painful any about town man for. Any kwada won't be here. And come home.
Susanna, Ghana man man tamasi.
Dodo Afre 0247 111671 and 0246 578 750. FDA aje edwedin kato yato.
Breast cancer is very scary and all, but for some reason, a lot of women think that it could never happen to them. October is here again. It's Breast Cancer Awareness Month. We've come to know that breast cancer is the one cancer that's killing more women than any other cancer in women. This means that all of us need to be concerned and all of us need to take the requisite steps to ensure that we get screened, know whether or not we have anything to be concerned about, and most importantly, know that there is a cure. Breast cancer can be treated and is best when it's detected early. So take advantage of this Breast Cancer Awareness Month and go and get screened. There's free screening available. If you go to Sonotech in Accra, at their branches at the West Hills Mall in Tema or Osu, you can get your screening done for absolutely no fee at all. Also, if you'd like to do a mammogram or an ultrasound, you get it as a good discount during the month of October. It's time for all of us to get tested. Let us get screened. Let us know whether or not we have anything to be concerned about. And most importantly, let us know that if you do have any signs of breast cancer, the earlier it's detected, the better it is for you, your family, and your loved ones. This year, I'm happy to partner with Sonotech during the Breast Cancer Awareness Month to get more and more women interested in taking steps to know whether or not we have anything to be concerned about. Stay safe and get screened. My name is Na Shoko. I'm a broadcaster.
Asatek so we kunini roofing industry nim enti saudi roofing na wadwe na Asatek wo quality long span roofing sheeter esan nail free try say ehia so we da doabo mu nanso etim wudan no so a pampe amframa anahum entumi nya no hwe. Asatek quality long span roofing sheets with beautiful bright colors with anti-fading and anti-rusting properties. Try say every na ache na empanso enti wo ma 30-year warranty. Terms and conditions apply. Asatek quality long span roofing sheet dear. Eye madan bia say your warehouse, school, hotel, hospital, sorry, ana say your wufi. Use Asatek quality nail free long span roofing sheet no be. Na wo dan do be gina so na yi ne ho. Wo ye delivery services papa bia. Emfa ho ne for kwan wo Asatek bema wo saka order between 3 and 5 working days. Wo VIP delivery services so a one day pe na wo saka. Hwehwe Asatek achi kwan Watamakono 82 Meridian Road woni Cocoa Board Warehouse na ben Takrade Efiekuma number 9 wo ben Efiekuma Fidelity Bank no Volta region so wo wakache Tatome GN Bank enchen hope. Asatek, sheltering you for life.
John, who new? Wow, Eddie, one boy juma. I check a roofing now. Oh, you fell one casa from Asatek. Oh, na same roofing is a baby bray, nice keke. Why the catch Asatek roofing sheet dear, and your nice keke with the bodan swa a chee and renache. They want to call us a hood of a fair bray. No free roofing sheet no dear. Who hear that will be out. Now so the bodan swa a hero supampe. What means to trauma send your open roofing sheet no? You tell the salmon pepe. Mama poor Asatek money there. One of my technical advice na estimate free. Our professional installers nso a want your on-site installation. Ne boss kura da from pa. Oh yes, quality ne bo da feminine. Asatek 5 days pay na musa kan order. Na we year after sales service proper binso. Hwehwe Asatek Watema Community 2, Meridian Road, Cocoa Board Warehouse, Western Region so Asatek Takrade Anaji, Yeni Princeland Hotel and the Shinimu, and a Volta Region yawo Akachi South District Assembly kwan so wa.
Announcements on Adoatv. Contact Adoatv for your general announcements, proclamations and publications, job vacancies, etc. at a very affordable rate. Call 050-92-57754, 020-9494-258, or visit our marketing desk at the work premises. Adoatv, bringing good things to life.
Welcome aboard the safest airline in Africa. With industry-leading safety measures to protect your well-being. The first in Africa to earn a diamond standard of safety. Offering a more contactless, safe, and seamless experience. Delivered with a smile by Africa's first fully vaccinated crew. Creating special memories that bring the joy back to flying, so you can continue making memories with your loved ones. Book your flight with RwandAir today. RwandAir, the safest airline in Africa.
RwandAir, fly the dream of Africa.
You beat cancer by how you live, why you live, and the manner in which you live. I am Priscilla Sewamenu, Miss Health Ghana 2020. The month October is noted for breast cancer awareness, and this October, Sonotech Ghana is partnering with Miss Health Ghana to bring you breast cancer awareness campaign dubbed Pink It Out. So from the 1st to 31st October, Sonotech Ghana is offering free breast screening for all women out there. Plus, you get 20% off mammogram and 50% off ultrasound scan if you need one at any of their branches. The campaign is on. Join the campaign, support women, encourage women to come for screening, and support women living with breast cancer. On this note, I will entreat all my sisters out there to come detect it, treat it, and defeat it, because early detection saves life. Thank you.
Water, but when I get your mouth, and then so I order, fire.
Malaria and tea. Abba, you are yet bono. Malaria, therefore, yao. Enti awo, hashirene customers. When you say, Mammy, I am smart. Abba, Sibi Malakio. Amma nebaya or the eco school. Share. Say a pianisi berry market ni malaria and tea. I want to mean.
And now, Emma will be around to walk. So we have malaria test. Maybe one. And better one. And the CB Malagio. You do not. And now kick out from a son so I CB Malagio. And no way so dear. And I don't grow. I yet that shit.
A drawing your ma appeal for. About a woman for. Any quada won't you fear doing.
Susiana. What would you win?
FD Ashusha sa a JD and Kratoimu Adia to Musa and
thanks to you for staying with us. A very good morning to you. Well, my name is Reginald Adi, and welcome back to AM Ghana. Many thanks to Sam Kusipia for holding down the newspaper review segment, and to Ejoma, who took us through the beginning. Jonathan also took us through the AM news. Well, it's time for some discussion right about now. And today, this morning, we're speaking on arts and culture. And in a broader view, we'll be looking at the very center that was put up to nurture, to identify, to boost and promote arts and culture in Ghana. I'm talking about what you know as the Arts Center, now the Center for National Culture, Accra, CNC Accra. Now, if you would note, CNC can be found in various regions in the country. In the central region, we have the CNC opposite the University of Cape Coast. In the Ashanti region, is there around KTR, if I'm not wrong, and we have them across the country. In Sunyani as well, it is just behind the Coronation Park. And I, as an art person, have taken peculiar notice of these centers for national culture. And today we'll be looking or throwing the focus on that of Accra, the Arts Center. So we're asking, how well do you know the Center for National Culture, the Arts Center? And to have that discussion, I have a well-known face in the arts and culture sector of the country. He is a poet, a playwright, and an arts activist. He is a very good friend, an old friend of mine, Oswald Okaite. Good morning. How are you doing?
Good morning, Reggie.
Well, I like this calm nature. You're composing yourself in any way. Oswald will take us through a piece before we commence with the show. I also have Nia Diankra. He's a PRO for the Center for National Culture here in Accra. Nia, good morning.
Good morning.
Boli. Yeah, Beshi. How are you doing? How's the Arts Center doing? What's the aura around the Arts Center like this morning?
It's great. Like it has always been. To begin, I will say good morning to your viewers.
Right.
And then we'll cut to the chase and move straight to the point.
Yes, we'll cut to the chase straight.
So, talking of the Art Center and how well the public or your viewers know the Art Center, I would say the Art Center, now called the Center for National Culture, started as the Arts Council of Ghana in 1957, when the first president of Ghana, Osajifo Dr. Kwame Nkrumah, decided to continue what the British or our colonial masters were doing by promoting their culture through the arts. Then we had the Art Council of Gold Coast operating from the same location. So when we had independence, the president of Ghana decided to actually use that same spot to promote, to preserve, and to protect our national identity and culture through the form of arts. All right. So by that fact, we had the name the Arts Council of Ghana.
Right.
But as time went on, the name moved from Arts Council of Ghana to the Institute of Arts. Fast forward to 1989, early 1990s, Dr. Ben Abdallah, with support by the late former president, Flight Lieutenant George John Rawlings, may his soul rest in peace, enacted the National Commission on Culture, just so that we can have a replicate of the Arts Center in all the regions, because we have diverse cultural backgrounds and then diverse cultural activities. So in as much as we are weaving all these cultural activities into one national fabric, Ben Abdallah in his wisdom thought it wise that why don't we have a National Commission on Culture that will supervise on the various individual cultures of the various regions. So then we established the various regional centers for national culture. The Art Center was the office for the Accra region. Okay. So then the name moved from the Institute of Arts to the Center for National Culture. By then, people still had the old name Arts Center or Arts Council, because I meet a couple of people who still refer to the place as the Arts Council, because that is how it started. So the Arts Center is a name that has come to stay, even though we've have changed in names from Arts Council to Institute of Arts, and then now the Center for National Culture. It is popularly known as the Arts Center. One, because of the markets that we have. Okay. Arts Center is well known for the arts markets that we have. This is a market where you would have an artifact haven. Okay, you have sculptures, you have African art piece, you have clothing, textiles, metal work, any form of art at all that you are looking for, you come across at the Accra Arts Market. That is where foreigners and indigenes alike would like to have their arts shopping. So then the arts market took a shine of the main, it took a shine of the entire space. Okay. Even though we have the art market, we have other spaces that do art events. Okay. We have the auditorium, we have the amphitheater, we have galleries and other spaces that contribute to the entire art spectrum All right. So the market has the shine, but we have other components within the same spectrum that churns out art events. So that is the introduction or background of the Art Center. I believe Oswald will also come in here whilst I take a little break.
All right. So Oswald has a very great question, but before I go to Oswald, I must say that this is quite a unique space that we have, the Center for National Culture. A unique space that we have that has been dedicated to the promotion of arts. And for me, I am thinking that with all of these resources that we have as a country, we should have seen the, arts and cultural industry in the country thriving even more or even better. Because if principles or institutions were put in place from 1957 up until now, that we should see some great, and that's not to say that there is no improvement in our arts and cultural system. I mean, music is seeing some improvement. It is not the same as it was in the days when we used to play, full acoustics. Now we have some development. However, Oswald raised several concerns. He asked questions. Are you aware? Are you aware? He keeps asking, are you aware? And he highlights several key points whilst trying to sensitize the public about what we have always thought about the Art Center. Also, what went into this discovery? Why do you want to educate people on some of these keynotes?
No, Reggie, well, I think they spoke quite lengthy as PR, but I want to speak as an artist.
Very well.
Now, when we mention art, a lot of people have had misconception about what the art is.
Right.
When you move straight to the Art Center, luckily we have people who always think the art is the sculpture, the cloth, and all. And then we move into the politicians' minds, they think it is film, it is music, it is there. So we have idealization of the concept about what art is. But the art itself stems into two main forms: fine arts, performing arts. So you move to the Art Center, you see them worshipping the fine arts.
Okay.
You move to
the sculpture, the physical object.
When you talk about fine art, it's got to do the very things you have to perceive, conceive, observe, and then interpret in your mind. Something like painting, sculpture, cloth, and all that. They are the fine arts. Painting. So therefore, then the performing arts, of course, the ones we need kind of audience for appreciation. So theater, when you talk about theater, it's broad.
Yes.
We have the screen theater, we have the stage theater, and theater is even broad to the extent that we even have the performances, different performances. You get me? And so it is our time we begin to look at art for what it is. That it is not pockets of concepts, but it's very holistic. And it is the very reason that we have name Art Center. It's the very reason the name Council, Ghana
Arts Council,
was formed, and not Ghana Fine Arts or Ghana Sculptures Council or Ghana Metallurgists Council. And so, for me, I think not just this Art Center. You mentioned that there has been improvements in the arts industry. Of course, you even looked at some parts of music.
Exactly.
Not even music.
Exactly.
Because when you talk about, they always say, okay, we want to invest into the music. The music we have there do not even portray us as, do not identify with us as Ghanaians. What happened to the Wooloman type of music, the live band and almost all of that? We do not have them focusing on them. And it is just because the Centers for National Culture are not up and doing. We have to call the spade the spade. People have always given the excuse that when the National Theatre was put up, that is the reason why it affected the Art Center. What happened to the other, apart from Kumasi? Of course, Kumasi, they do not have the theatre, so they want to use it for so many things. But what happened to the other Centers for National Culture? Do they also have National Theatre in there? No. It is just because there hasn't been much investment. There hasn't been really improvement in the art sector. No. When you want to talk about music, it's because the individuals within the space moved. Now, if you say there has been kind of support of improvement, when you want to talk about the early days, the first regime of the Fourth Republic, when Dr. Abdallah was overseeing the National Commission on Culture and almost all of that, when we had clear support from government for the arts, Then we had NAFAC at district level.
Right.
Then we had NAFAC at regional level. Then we had NAFAC at the national level. Then when the Centers for Natural Culture gave grounds, the Solomon Sampers and David Dontos and Anansi Krum and all of these were there. We don't have it after the first regime of the Fourth Republic.
Definitely.
We do not have support. All the support is given to some part. They say just from authority, and then that is it. Holistically, we don't even adhere to the cultural policy. That really made the good greatness to the David Donto, the Jifago Mashi, the Edina Matachi, and all the big names. You know, we have really deserted it. Do you get me? And so sometimes I get sick. You know, the campaign, I get sick when they say we are going to build a new theater, we are going to build this. And the question is, it's just like the concept of having your old clothes. You do not wash because they are dirty, and you go and get new ones. I, for one, feel if the Centers for National Culture or Art Center should be taken good care of. We didn't have a lot of artists struggling for us to even think we are going to build new theater for now.
Right.
The question is, what have we been able to do with the Centers for National Culture? Have we been able to exhaust them before moving to new ones? Even the National Theater, we don't. The less said about them, the better. Do you get me? So the focus is, why do people always, and this is why we have to pick on the management. I know, sorry, Nyade. Why should people think that the market is the art center? I have had events there. I have spoken to high-ranked people who do not even know about the Centers for National this art center. People have always perceived that the art center is the market. But when that market came, long after the art center was in existence. So I would even call it an annex. I would even say it was more of encroachment. And quickly they had to give them a particular duty to do there. But that is not the art center. What is a center? For art. So it should be a place you go and you're able to identify all manner of arts. And that is what the art center, the Center for National Culture proper is. You go there, there is space for gallery, for fine art. So you can have the sculptures and do their painting and exhibit. We have space for dance. That is the open air theater and auditorium. So the performing art is there. There's supposed to be a recording studio. So they say we want to put an ultra-modern studio or whatever. The question is, even National Theater, that is owned by Ghana. The kind of rehearsals that we have at the art center cannot be entertained there.
How is that so?
When you want to see, a lot of people think the place is of no use. So I keep telling the powers that be that if you want to see the usefulness of the art center, go there in the evening. That will begin to hear myriad of drums, about 4 groups rehearsing at a go. Now, Reggie, this is the truth. The politicians have always sacrificed anything art for any other thing. We as artists we have to cry to get our share of the national cake. For the artists, those doing the dance, when was the last time you heard any minister come out to say, we have this fund for dancers or cultural troops? When was the last time you heard any minister come out to say that we have this fund allocated for theater practitioners? When was the last time you heard any politician come out to say that we have this for poets and spoken word and storytelling? What is even the state of our storytelling? Do you get me? So there's nothing virtually being done for about 80% of the artists. And that is where we go to have our rehearsals, to grow ourselves. That's where, next year is 10 years since I started building myself there. That is where we find our space. There hasn't been any investment. You go there, logistically, you want to see a whole stage, that kind of stage you have at the art center. I don't know which part of Accra you can find. Not at Goethe Institute, not at Alliance Française, not at Plus 233.
What's that to mean? Is that to mean that it has some, a level of importance or, iconism that cannot be found?
Of course, the standard, acoustically, in terms of the stage breadth, length, what is meant to be.
All the technicalities
what you need
are inculcated in there.
Listen, at the point that some of us started fighting National Theatre, of course, National Theatre is not up and doing. That's the speed. Because you come to National Theatre sometime because it is not the edifice National Theatre we're talking about, but the concept theatre. Because that's what they're supposed to promote. Now, if someone wants to promote, everyone started this place at Art Center. If you want to brood theatre, I cannot just say, give me the auditorium of National Theatre to do my play. When I cannot raise audience to capacity. Do you understand me? Of course, it will be waste of space because theater is not just a performance on the stage, but it comes with audience. So if there is a good theater concept, there will be a kind of alliance between the National Theatre and Center for the Arts Center for budding theater practitioners, playwrights, and all of that to bud themselves at the Arts Center. When you're able to fill the auditorium of the Arts Center and you want to go more, then you graduate to move to National Theatre.
Right. Well, Oswald, let's pause on your submission from here. You've raised a lot of concerns, and I'm trying to place a finger on a particular one that Niade here can address. So Niade, I'm coming to you. Oswald's concern is that, first off, there is this misconception in the public space, obviously stemming from what the Center for National Culture has become, a market space for all of those fine arts. Meanwhile, you indicated that we have auditoriums, we have galleries, and what have you in there. Why do you think the CNC Accra has been, should I say, limited to fine arts and not looking at the broader scope of arts? Remember I said that if from 1957 we had the Art Council, then the arts and cultural sector in the country should have seen a massive boost. But unfortunately, you talk about the Arts Center and it's only about fine arts. Yeah. And when you think of music and other things, it's far away. They are far detached. Why is it so?
Reggie, I feel the passion Oswald is churning out.
Definitely.
As a performing artist. I think you should have created a level playing field to have a performing artist and a visual artist flanked side by side, so that in as much as he speaks for the performing arts, I would have a visual artist also next to me who will also speak.
But certainly that is what is obvious. The visual artists...
Or the fine arts.
Yes, I mean the fine arts artists are the ones who hold the emblem of the Arts Center. So for them, definitely they would have a lot to say. We have been there.
But even Reggie, I would say, of course, the fine artists should even form a chorus, sing a chorus with
you. Exactly.
What I'm saying now is, what we know to be the Art Center.
It's not what it is.
It's even owned by individuals.
Yeah. Okay. All right. So Oswald is raising other allegations as well. Let's ask.
He took the wind out of my sail. Should we have the fine artist here, they will also be crying foul. Okay?
I see.
Yes. I mean, the milk is not enough. The national cake is not enough for all of us. I think we are too many for the little crumbles that are left behind.
Well, is it to say that it's not enough? Because enough is very relative. And to whom may have more, there is still room for improvement. However, perhaps the thing to note is that the share of the national cake is not even. Maybe that would be the concern. Not that it's not enough. Because no matter how small, it should be distributed in such a manner that every sector would have their feel, no matter how small.
All right. So before the National Theatre came into existence, we have all productions or performances or activities at the National Theatre at the Arts Center. Okay. So then the performing artists were not crying so loud. Like he's doing now, because they had a house or a home that hosted and nurtured them. He made mention of the David Dontos, the Grace Omabos, Mame Dokno, the Sampers, and the likes. Okay, so
mention Madame Grace Norte for me.
Madame Grace Norte to us. Big shout out to Madame Grace Norte, wherever she is. We extending warm pleasantries to her. So, like we are saying, the National Theatre actually took a little shine, great shine, from the Art Center. It took a lot of our people away from us.
The National Theatre.
The National Theatre.
Right.
Leaving the fine artist at the Art Center. Okay, that is how come Oswald will cry foul and say we are giving more attention to the fine artists. The Art Center had developed to become a place for the markets where they sell a lot of fine arts. And activities pertaining to the performing arts had dwindled over the time. I would also add the point that support had not been coming forth regularly from the government.
Right.
This is an agency directly under the National Commission on Culture, which is also under the Ministry of Tourism, Arts and Culture.
Exactly.
Okay, so we need regular support from the government to actually carry out our mandates, to do performances, to make the place relevant. When we don't get that support, Oswald is here, he is crying, he will cry, he will tell you much, okay, of the budget that goes into productions. If we don't get the needed support, our activities will dwindle. For those in the fine arts, the sculptors, the carvers, the weavers, it's more or less like an everyday work or everyday activity for them, and they might not need so much like the performing artists will need to have a production, okay? Because the performing artists will need a bigger studio, an amphitheater, lighting, sounds. They would need an auditorium, okay, to do their performances. The carver will need a little tool, 1 or 2 tools he can procure from the market and start doing his carving and start doing his weaving, and then people will come and watch. But you need thorough planning into performances, into drama, music, okay? You need budgets. You need enough support and funding to do that. And a lot of this support went to the National Theatre and didn't come to the Art Center. Right. That is how come it looks as if they took a lot of the shine, they took a lot of our activities, they took a lot of our names. So then we were grappling with them. They became a competitor to us in terms of we competing with them, we coming up with activities that may look smaller to the productions that they were also doing there. Okay, so to address the main points that you mentioned, that it looks as if you're giving more attention to the visual artists or the fine artists than the performing artists. Oswald mentioned, the National Theatre came in to take a chunk of our work, a chunk of our space, and a chunk of our attention and support that we needed to go.
Well, Oswald, before you come in, Oswald doesn't agree so much. He has some rebuttals to make to that claim. But I mean, I am also into the creative arts industry. I'm a poet, I'm a writer as well, and so I am more concerned about performing arts. Let's put that aside and speak on fine arts. You say that the National Theatre took away the performing arts aspect, but let's speak on fine arts. My reporters have been to the Arts Center recently, well over 3 times, spoken to some of the artists. And if I would recall the Arts Center that I knew in 1997, when I visited the place the first time, and looking at what it has become now, for fine art alone, the population of fine artists has dwindled at the Arts Center. Like you said, they would also cry foul. What has also taken fine arts from the Arts Center?
I would hit the nail right on the head and say management or leadership. Okay. Okay.
Which you are part of.
Which
you are PRO.
Yeah, I am. I would say I am part of.
Or perhaps top management.
Top management, I would say. Top management and leadership. Okay, because I only joined management not so long ago.
Okay.
Yes, so I would say management in the past, yes, had contributed to this dwindling of activities with regards to the art. Right. We used to have the National Gallery. We used to host the National Gallery at the Art Center.
I do remember.
Where we have collections of renowned artists. Okay, Ablade Glovers and Co. had their works at the Art Center. We had a National Exhibition Hall at the Art Center. It was moved to the Dubois Center. One may ask why. This is a question I may not be in the position to answer. Right. But why would you move the National Gallery from the Art Center to the Dubois Center? What will necessitate that movement? What agenda or idea, foresight or vision do you have for the National Art Center, to be precise? Why would you tie our hands in the back and say you are taking our main mandate or one thing that keeps us relevant, the national collection, away from us to the Dubois Center? The Dubois Center was established for a particular purpose. They have their mandate. The National Center for National Culture was also established for a particular purpose. And if you have a national gallery that hosts or houses national collections for renowned artists, the Center for National Culture or the Art Center is the best place to house it. Right. If you think the Center for National Culture needs some elevation, some renovation, rehabilitation to match with the contemporary art centers around the world.
Yes.
You need to develop the place. You need to rehabilitate the place. You don't need to go and build a new edifice. Okay, you already have a good edifice. You need to rehabilitate the edifice and uplift it to a contemporary standard. Building a new one will just be like what you have just done. You will build it and then neglect it in future.
So just like Oswald's concept, you have a cloth and once it becomes dirty, you fold it and put it in the same wardrobe, and then you buy a new one and then put it in the same wardrobe again. What are you doing to yourself? Well, Oswald, you have a lot of concerns. I mean, you wanted to make some rebuttals.
You know, I feel those truly in charge of our arts are foreigners.
Oh, wow.
Foreigners to the arts.
Of course.
Okay, foreigners to the arts.
Right. Because if you want to see where we have true and proper arts, you have to go to Alliance Française or you go to Goethe Institute.
Aren't these foreign institutions as well?
Plus 233. That's why I mentioned that our arts, when those really in charge of these primary arts, the custodians, those who are keeping it going, are foreign institutions.
Why? Is it because they have some know-how that
for me, I beg to differ with Wally is not an artist, so you have to some extent you may have to pardon him.
Does that mean he's a foreigner to the arts?
No, not foreigner. Of course, if he's an administrator in a way, because the PR talks about art and all of that.
Okay.
And so there are two sides. We have the player and then we have the coach. There are two different things.
So I'm an arts administrator.
Yes, of course.
Not necessarily a practicing artist.
Yes, sometimes we tend to have coaches who never played football who are better than the
they
coaches
have the technical know-how.
So this is what I want to say. Listen, we need a lot of more space. It's like we don't need a big edifice, and National Theatre will say we don't have money to run the air condition and almost all of that and all of that. Theatre, part of theatre was taken away from Art Center, not holistically.
Okay.
That's why I mentioned.
So you agree that there was a bit of that was taken away?
A bit, of course, that is National Theatre of Ghana.
Okay.
And listen, it is national.
Yes.
Not regional.
Not regional.
So if the national chunk was taken, what happened to the regional?
Right.
So we should be having, that's why we have a lot of affiliates. And I think it was kind of a good thing. Of course, that's why I mentioned if there was a good concept of our theatre. If Abdallah, we had more of the Abdallahs in the system. There would be a time we would have to be coming to get people from the regional centers into the National Drama Company, into the National Dance Company, into the National Symphony and all of that. But there again, of course, it's just like having the senior teams and then we have the juvenile team and then they get their teams there. But what happened to the ships and the canoes? That is a ship. National Theatre is a ship. The ship that is sinking.
Well, you are saying that figuratively and also...
Of course, metaphorically, the design
exactly,
a ship that is sinking.
Right.
We can't take away any doubt about that. And then the canoes that is supposed to get the people is also broken. Okay? So there's no excuse to say that National Theatre took a chunk of. We have a chunk, more chunk than National Theatre had. A lot of people fought Abdallah because they say Abdallah was speaking, getting a baby groomer to that place and all of that. But just for people to understand that we have a lot of space, a lot of people. The ring is huge. And we need more people in. That's why I mentioned that if you go to the art center in the evening, you see a whole lot of rehearsals. There were times when we started, we had to break the open air theater into 4. A group rehearsing there, here, there, and almost all of that. Do you understand? So, Art Center, if Art Center decides to say that National Theatre took a chunk and that is the reason, please, I beg to differ. They have to re-strategize and then have a reflection upon whatever they are thinking and plan, because we have a lot. It will be very nice by now to have the regional drama companies, regional dance companies, if they are able to...
Before you continue, do we have any of those, apart from the National
Symphony
Orchestra? And I doubt that is also state-owned, the National Symphony Orchestra, unless I'm wrong. It's state-owned.
Yes.
Do we have the national, as you put it, dancers?
We have National Ghana Dance Ensemble. Of course, of all the arts departments, I salute Ghana Dance Ensemble.
I see.
No, you see them all over.
Okay.
Of course, I can say that they even fetch the milk for the National Theatre of Ghana.
I see.
You get me? But I'm saying that if we had more minds like Dr. Ben Abdallah, this man has not been celebrated enough. If we have the likes of Ben Abdallah, by now we should be having regional drama companies, we should be having regional symphonies, we should have regional dancing companies, across the country. And by that, we have government employment for these departments. But it's just because people say, okay, and then we had them and they have been taken away, and so that is. But it is by no mistake that we have the name regional and then national.
Yes.
Do you get me? So for that place, I beg to differ. And like you mentioned that maybe the sculpture or the painter need the brush and all of that. And that is what the centers are supposed to provide. We are not supposed to provide lighting. We are not supposed to provide sound. So when it comes there and it's a good policy, good art policy, as we used to have in the times of Dr. Ben Abdallah and Issy Sutherland, then all we need to do is we also bring that little thing. Once there is a levy that affiliate group of the art center pay maximum about 300 Ghana cedis to do production. But what it means is that if I pay the 300 cedis, I should have the ambience to do the production.
Right.
Do you understand me? So the fact that I come in then after paying my affiliated fee and still will have to do investment is enough evidence that the center has failed.
Right.
Do you get me?
Right.
And this is about time. I think what some of us have even decided to do now is, okay, if we decide to, of course, like I mentioned, we have standard theater, standard stage, standard ambience for theater. Okay? And so we should begin to patronize the place. Do you get me? There are people who move there and say, like, wow, I went there with the former Deputy Minister of Finance, whose production I did. They say, also, if it's not for you, I didn't know about this place. And of course, people have that misconception that it is just the market, so we have nothing to do there.
Exactly.
But of course, you have to blame the media as well. The media always want to talk about entertainment, they're always talking about hip life, and they don't even talk about this national or cultural entertainment. Do you understand me? But if we had people who always pay attention, like we used to have when I was growing up, Mr. Moffat of Graphic Showbiz, who was specialized in theater. You know, the only one we have now is maybe George Owu, who is now with Gracie and then Graphic Showbiz. We do not have a lot of journalists going after all these places. But if we have, of course, you go to report on performances that is happening at these centers. And so what is happening at the Center for National Culture? Is it dance? Is it drama? Is it almost all of that? You know, of course, so this is holistically to be blamed. Everyone has a share. Of course, the artist has a share in that. Of course, most of the artists also always want to go to National Theatre. When we have the Center for National Culture, sometimes appalling, you go to National Theatre, you are not able to fill the auditorium. What prevents you from trying to patronize this place? Because I've always told the artists that we have those places as our homes. The managers will go on retirement. You know? So as an artist,
those of you in the industry, the players,
we need to stand up and speak and promote such centers.
Oswald, how centralized are artists in the country? I'm talking about fine artists, I'm talking about performing artists. How centralized?
Yes, and sometimes it's easier. Sometimes it's easier for the politician to say, "You people are not together, so we can't support you." It's because they have broken down the systems. Because these systems, the Center for National Culture is supposed to house Ghana's Association of Writers, Visual Ghana Association of Visual Artists. And almost all of them. So if this department or the system was well put in place and then funded, financed, of course, you have the central, because you'll be able to keep data. Because I know that once I'm a playwright or something, I should belong to some kind of association. For playwright, you are supposed to Ghana Association of Writers. You are there. If you're a theater practitioner, there's an association. And so they'll have the data from this level, because from the regional level, we have the district level of the Centers for National Culture. Do you understand me? And it was then they used to have the NAFAC. You know, NAFAC at the national level was just like Chalawati.
Yes.
You know, it's been broken down. So we don't have the centralization of the artist. It's a problem because the state has not really put in place system to organize them.
Well, also I asked about the centralization of artists because, you know, in current times, state institutions seem to be failing in several categories, which is why one common way of people fighting for their rights is through demonstrations and picketing. Now, if you're not centralized as a group, how do you even demonstrate your displeasure? How do you picket at the Ministry for Tourism, Arts and Culture? How do you even present a petition? perhaps at this point, the only thing you can do now is to present a private member's bill to Parliament. I mean, this is what somebody did, and the LGBTQ plus thing has gained waves. How do we even fight if we are not together to demand for one thing? Perhaps, Oswald, you are more concerned about the National Theatre, but somebody is also concerned about royalties. Somebody is concerned about space. The concerns may vary.
Reggie, so like, it is more of divide to rule. You know, whenever you want to dominate
people.
or you want to defeat a group of people, you make sure they are not together.
Right.
So,
certainly.
Of course. So we have to. That's why we have to salute the Flight Lieutenant Jerry John Rawlings and Dr. Ben Abdallah and the team. They showed truly that they had interest in the arts.
Right.
And so they put in place system to put the people together. Do you understand? But all those who have come after
have failed.
Have proven that they do not have any interest for the system, for the department. So they never cared about putting in place system, or better put, sustain the system that was put in place to hold the people.
Definitely.
So what they do now is, when we begin, of course, the people who are the bottom of the hierarchy, or those who are suffering, begin to lament, then they get those at the top who are already doing well, and then put chocolate on their mouth for them to say, oh, we don't need this. It is a very reason why some people would think that we need some ultra-modern theater and almost all of that. No, there's a difference between having ultra-modern event space and then having theater. Do you get me? And so, of course, we keep putting ourselves together. But the truth is, the government, after the first regime of the foreign colony, have put knife on the strings that hold us together. The center cannot hold. And
Things fall apart. Well, when was the last time, near the Angram, we had an event, a national event or a regional event for what is left of the National Center for National Culture, talking about those fine artists who are currently there? When was the last time we had any national event for them?
Reggie, we hold series of events at the National Arts Center, both fine arts and performing arts. One event is the Papu Thompson Choral Festival. This is a competition that the Arts Center organized for workplace institutions to commemorate or celebrate our independence. We bring these institutional choirs to the Arts Center to sing patriotic songs to honor the late Emmanuel Papu Thompson, who was an educationist, a musician, and a great contributor to choral music in this country. So it's an event we hold in the late February and early March to commemorate our independence celebration. We hold a cooking contest for Greater Accra Market Association. This is a regional event we do to promote domestic tourism.
Oswald so much wants to jump on that. I'm not giving him the space now.
No, hold on. we hold regional drama competitions, which we call the Sankofa Senior High School Drama Competition. Oswald is passionate about the performing arts, but like I say,
but he has on several occasions hinted that it's a holistic thing.
Exactly. But you see, a lot of the time when we are doing this events or productions, it's holistic. We infuse both the fine arts and the performing arts together.
Now, because of time, let's I like the way you made us cut to the chase from the beginning. Because Oswald was even supposed to give us, a brief of him, but he'll do that at closing. Now, we've seen the failure. We've seen where we stand now. The name of the Arts Center has been changed
over time.
Sorry?
Over time.
Over time. And currently, it's no longer the Arts Center, but the Center for National Culture. We want to recognize it in that manner. What would be the plan, or what is the way forward now that yourself, Oswald, and even myself have realized that the institution has failed? What is the way forward?
I would not admit we had failed in entirety. Yes. I would accept the challenges we are going through and say that once there's life, there is hope. Once the young ones are in now, we are exuberant and have a lot of energy to ensure that the plan Dr. Ben Abdallah had, the concept he had, will be well executed because it's a brilliant plan, a beautiful plan that needs people with that passion and enthusiasm to execute that plan. And as a matter of fact, if you have a beautiful plan and the execution is not well executed, you have failed.
Exactly.
The plan becomes useless. So you need people with like-minded people like Dr. Abdallah, people who are the passion, people that can execute this plan like he conceived to roll it out. If you put square pegs in round holes, this is one problem at the art center. Okay, the kakistocracy, the nepotism and favoritism, where we have top management members putting square pegs in round holes. People who are not artists, people who do not have idea of performances, people who cannot put productions together. You put them in charge of, you put them in positions, and they are fumbling right from the word go. How will we be relevant? Of course, we're going to lose our relevance. So the challenges are a lot, myriad of them. But with time, and like we are saying, Oswald is a private partner. He hosts a lot of events there. With his enthusiasm and passion, we believe together we can we can put the canoes or boats together and set them sailing, like he keeps saying. So, Reginald, all is not lost yet. All is not lost. Currently, the government is looking at getting us a new place or shifting us from our current place to a new location.
What would that
at Kalkudi.
No, I think we should
have let him land, because after this I will not come back to him.
Okay, so we are saying, okay, the artists are saying that, look, people know the art center because of the markets. Okay, productions are not going on in terms of performances and activities in both art spectrums are not going on because leadership had failed to some extent. What we need to do is that the current edifice that we have, wherever they are taking us to, does not hold this current edifice or even the standard. Okay, so once we have this, why do we not maintain, rehabilitate it, and put it to good use?
Well, Niade, I think that I am going to have a full time to you so that we touch on these things, because now I'm even having more questions to ask than even enough space to listen to you.
Exactly.
So we will have a set time to look strictly into the art center, what it was, what it is, and what it is to become. We will speak on that. Thank you very much. Now, Oswald, finally, before you go, if you can, in a minute, sum up what you think the art center should be and what your suggestions would be.
First 20 seconds. I want the politicians to understand one thing. It is a fact that about 90% of them, 90 to 95% of them do not understand the arts. So we have so many promises. If you want to succeed for the creative arts department, what you need to do is to make sure that the Centers for National Culture are right, funded, and people with technical know-how and passion are put in charge of management. If you're able to, it is like it has never been done before. Dr. Ben Abdallah's regime did it. And so we don't have to come up with new concepts. It was through that regime we had the Pana Fest and then almost all the things, and all the people from all over the world came to Ghana. So please, it is good to have ultramodern and all of that, but please let's make sure that the Centers for National Culture, art centers to put across the nation, are well furnished with funds and good management. And then I would want, I was not trying to oppose what Ni was saying.
No,
I was just saying
your concerns.
I was seeing the pictures on the TV.
Right.
Because I saw pictures of the art center being shown. I never saw the art center. I only saw the market.
Yeah.
I didn't see the stage. I didn't see the amphitheater. I didn't see that's why I showed that.
Yeah, and on most accounts, if you blame the media on some of these things, I beg to differ, because We have been there with our cameras.
Yes, I know.
But we were denied
access
to
well,
those. That is why those footages you saw are home
well,
footages.
Reggie, not to blame you, but like, that is not just.
Well, it's a broader concept.
Bigger,
when you
let me tell you, the bigger media stations will come and just show that.
All right. Isaac, I beg you. Isaac is badging me in my ear. He says time is up. Also, this conversation, we are going to segment it properly.
Yeah.
Have those in the performing arts, have those in the fine arts, separate times, and then also have management of the Center for National Culture. And I'm throwing this invitation to management of the Center for National Culture. When we come there with our cameras, please do not sack us. Please give us the audience. Let's have a conversation and let's assure the artists like Oswald and those in the fine arts as well of the promises, of the hope that we have for them, so that we grow as a country. Oswald, take us through a brief one.
So we go.
We wrap up.
Pete, seniwa dede,
seniwa.
Pete,
seniwa dede, seniwa.
Umami furewo,
seniwa
dede, seniwa. Seniwa dede, seniwa dede, seniwa dede, seniwa. And when the sun at last had fallen after several spans, and the moon had woken up from sleep and sat beautifully in the clouds of the skies, and the sparkles of the stars from afar beamed to the clouds their light amidst the glow of the moon in the night, then the sweet songs of the Mugu swept away the worries of the day. Umami furewo, seniwa dede, seniwa. The men and women and the fruit of the aspirants and over gathered in the village square to sing songs. They sang the songs they sang for long, from moonshine through the dawn till a new day was born. But that was then. Then when the African tongue married African song, then Wekete, Ubeneshi, Malugu, Adoa, and not Azonto reigned. Then when the fall of the mighty king silenced the night, and mortals never walked deep into the scorch of the night for the fear of divorcing their souls and dust, then which now creeps and crawls into the arms of extinction. Then when we all gathered in the village square, and the mighty orator chanted, Pipina!
Nana.
Pipina!
Nana.
They say history should be told with treachery and misery. But I say history should be told as it were once upon a time, and here my story ended. Umami furewo,
seniwa dede, seniwa. And here my story also comes to a sum, because I have had a very great conversation with Niade Ankra, who's a PRO for the Center for National Culture, Accra, and Oswald Okaite, who is a poet, playwright, and arts activist, who will continue to advocate for the arts industry in Ghana. My name is Reginald Addy, and today's my birthday. When you say a prayer, say one for me. And many thanks to you for having stayed with us from Monday up until now. Enjoy your weekend and stay out of trouble. I'll see you on Monday with much love. Have a lovely day.
Happy birthday, Reginald.
Charlie, thanks so much. Thanks so much, Charlie.